Okay. Hey guys, welcome to the live stream, to episode number 22 of watching every single Alex O'Connor video on the internet. Welcome everyone. I apologize for starting things off a little bit later than normal. The reason being my bitrate has been acting up and I was trying to figure it out, but does not seem to be changing. But the stream seems to be working fine. So I'm just going to call it good. And if there's a problem, you can let me know in the comments below. But yes, this is episode number 22. Guys, it has been super crazy to think that we've been doing this for 22 weeks. Well, actually, more than 22 weeks, taking a few weeks off. But yeah, it's been quite the wild ride. And if you have followed this whole series along, comment below and just let me know. I've been following, I've been watching. Kudos to you. You guys are absolute rock stars. So far on this entire series, I have watched 194 videos. So that's the videos I've seen in my own time. And then together, collectively through these live streams, we have watched 45 videos. So that's pretty stinking cool. Now today, the main video we're going to be reacting to is this one here. George Orwell's 4 Tips for Speaking Clearly. Now, I think this is a really interesting discussion. I have read the book that it's an essay that he's talking about in this video. What's up, Riley? Welcome to the live stream. I have read this. I remember reading it not too long ago. And when I saw this video pop up, I decided to reread it and get an idea of that. So just got home from work. Welcome home from work. Hope that you can chillax a little bit as we get into all of this. But that's cool. But yeah, with that, I had a few things I wanted to talk about from when I reread this today. I wanted to go over some of the things that I jogged my memory from what we talked about, and it'll be interesting to see if some of these points are brought up. And the very last point actually has to do with Trinitarian theology a little bit, because I think not necessarily a dog on Trinitarian theology, of course, somewhat a dog on it, but I think the main thing is that people use words without realizing what they're talking about. And I think we see that happen a lot when it comes to Trinitarian theology. So, but overall, the essay is very, very fascinating. What is the main topic? What is the main issue? Well, as Alex points out in here, George Orwell's 4 tips for speaking more clearly, not sounding like a politician, just kind of spouting out different phrases and all of that. Things like make America great again. Those kind of phrases that are, commonplace, but when you say them, it's like, what the hell does that even mean? And so I wanted to bring up some of these points. So one of the things that I remember him talking about in the essay is to avoid using dead metaphors. So let me know in the comments below if you know what these metaphors are referring to. Not like what they mean in today's English. I'm pretty sure we know what these metaphors mean in terms of what we're referring to when we use them. But in actuality, what is the mental image, the action that is trying to be pointed out? Because sometimes some of these is I don't really know. First one, melting pot. We hear that said a lot, right? This is a melting pot. This is an area where there's a lot of diversity of culture and everything like that. But what do we even know what a melting pot is? And if you do, have you ever used a melting pot? And have you ever had that experiential understanding of that? George Orwell in his essay is trying to point out that we often use these sort of analogies in order to, or metaphors really, in order to grasp the understanding of something deeper, right? Something we can't quite express with words, but we can maybe express with a mental picture, right? Well, that's the purpose behind a metaphor, but if the metaphor is outdated and is something that we don't normally use, right? Like axe to the grindstone, that's another one. Or the Achilles heel, right? A lot of people don't even know who Achilles was. Or maybe no stone left unturned. These are, things that are used in modern day, and we kind of know what they mean just generally, but there's no mental image behind it. And so I think it loses touch with the common person, is what George Orwell is arguing here. So with something like melting pot, I came up with some modern variations. You can let me know. Do you guys have any modern variations of melting pot? But one that I thought of was Skittles. Skittles is kind of like a melting pot, right? There's a lot of different flavors and colors and variations of Skittles in one Skittles bag, right? And you can kind of think of it this way. The main reason I thought of this is because with Skittles, I used to think that all Skittles tasted the same. And so I did not actually think that there was actually a difference in flavor. I know you can crucify me, my bad. But I remember I was on a trip and I told my friend that, and he was like, no, Skittles have different flavors. He was very adamant about that. And so the entire trip was spent with me eating Skittles and trying to guess without looking at the color what flavor it was supposed to be. So melting pot, diversity could in a certain area could be similar to maybe modern day like Skittles, like a bag of Skittles. This one I think you guys will enjoy. Achilles heel, right? It's kind of like the weakness or the vulnerability of a person. But Achilles isn't really someone that we talk about in modern day. He's sort of a mythos that does not really resonate with modern day. It's not like we're talking about Iron Man or, Harry Potter or something like that. This is a type of mythos that was a long time ago. So something a little bit more modern day. The Achilles heel of today's day and age is the dating app, I think. The dating app is oftentimes the Achilles heel of those who are single maybe and have not found a relationship. It's the thing that you keep coming back to and you're like, maybe you can be more specific too. Maybe not just every single type of dating app. Could be just like Tinder or something like that. But that's the Achilles heel of the modern age. And it has that mental picture, you know what it's like to re-download a dating app. And you're like, God damn it. I'm back at it again. It's my Achilles heel. It's my vulnerability, right? So I think those are some of the interesting things. No stone left unturned. I thought of, this will resonate with developers, functional code, like actually diving in and making sure that your code is functional when you put it together, and having it be functional means that you left no stone left unturned. You did it to every single detail and did it precisely. So, yeah, those were just some of the interesting things I thought of in terms of how we can avoid using dead metaphors. Metaphors that we maybe have a sense of what they mean, but we have no mental image. And that's the purpose behind a metaphor, is to produce a mental image of something that you're talking about. It's to take you beyond words into a picture or a feeling or an experience that you've had, which just does not really equate to when we talk about axe to the grind or something like that. It just doesn't really apply. Another thing that I think is really important too is, and I catch myself doing this all the time, using big words, right? Or using like acronyms or just something to make myself, I don't even think this is always the case, but just something that makes you seem more sophisticated or smart than you probably actually are. Like the words that you're using are kind of out there and a little bit more kind of like ooh woo and just fancy, rather than just describing things in a way that is simple. And the reason he brings that up is because a lot of the time when we use big words, we can misunderstand what we're talking about and end up saying something that just doesn't really make any sense, or saying something that is unintuitive. And had we rephrased it in simpler language, we would realize that what we're saying doesn't make sense. But since we dress it up in fanciful language, we then can get away with saying something just absolutely absurd or just illogical. But since we used dressed up language and interesting words, we can now get away with it without worrying about it, right? So, I mean, some of these would be like phenomena, right? Instead of using the word like idea, it's a phenomena, the other words, maybe like it has utility rather than it's useful, right? Those kind of phrases help to dress up the words and the verbiage in order to make them more fancy than they actually are, and can potentially lead to you misunderstanding things, which I think happens a lot, especially in theology, when people are talking and throwing around these words like essence, person, begotten, precedes, divine attributes, divinity, normativity, actuality, all these kind of things that are very important in theology. A lot of people don't know what they mean. And so if you ask them, what the hell is the Trinity? They end up either going with some analogy that is actually false, or they'll give out a word vomit of words they don't even know what they mean. And they might be using them in a way that is just absurd and doesn't really make sense. One of my favorite ones is actuality. For something to be actual means it exists, right? So, for instance, this tape in actuality exists, and the amount of tape left on the tape is in actuality how much tape is left, right? Potentially, there could be more tape on this roll, or there could be less tape on the roll, potentially, right? But in actuality, there is this much tape. And potentially, there could be less tape in the future when I use this, right? But a lot of the time, people use the word actuality in terms of normativity. So like, for instance, this tape is not fully actualized, because in order for it to be fully actualized, I have to use it to stick something onto the wall, or piece two things together, right? But if, say, the casing broke and I could no longer separate the tape from its roll in order to use it functionally, then this tape is no longer fully actualized, is how people often use the term. But if we look at the definition of actuality, actuality just means how it is, not how it ought to be. That's normativity. And so that often gets, I think, confused in Trinitarian verbiage and stuff like that. So, but suffice to say, sorry, I'm getting into jargon here. I apologize about that. But the main thing I'm trying to get at is, let's try and use words that are simple and words that, people can understand, right? Try to break things down, define what you mean. Because a lot of the time we disagree, and the reason we disagree is because we're not talking about the same thing. Our definitions of the words we're using are different. And so we need to establish a grounding before we can actually have a dialogue, which in today's day and age, we skip that. That just seems to be blown by. And we end up with phrases like "Make America Great Again" that maybe could have purpose and meaning and can be actually beneficial for us to think in that way. But because we're using it in a way that has no thinking involved, we're just shouting out phrases, we're not going anywhere with that phrase, right? So that's kind of what he's talking about, but that's a bit about what the essay has in store for us. suffice to say, what it means is stop talking like a politician. And I do this all the time. So it's just something to catch yourself on and try and learn from. But hey, I say let's get into the actual video and see Alex's take on George Orwell's 4 tips for speaking clearly. Here we go.
Here lies Eric Arthur Blair, a man who had such a deep impact on 20th century political writing that his surname has become a metonym for dystopia. And no, I'm not talking about Blairism. If you're wondering why I've driven 30 minutes to visit the grave of a man who you perhaps have never even heard of, you may be more familiar with the pen name that he wrote under, George Orwell. And perhaps a graveyard is a fitting place to open today's video, in which I want to talk about Orwell's views on a tragedy that he perceived as far back as 1946, the death of the English language. Orwell was first and foremost a political writer with a particular care for clarity of language, which he felt was a necessary precondition for clarity of thought. So much of political disaster, as he saw it, can be attributed to the lack of this crucial component in our thinking and our speaking and our writing. Orwell's most celebrated work, of course, 1984, is in many ways a book about language and how its erosion has a corrupting influence not only on the way that we communicate, but also on the way that we think, and especially the way that we think about politics. Now, say what you will about the state of modern political discourse, you'll have a hard time arguing that it's characterized by clarity or lack of ambiguity, and this is what Orwell was so terrified of. It's something of a trope to recognize that the English language is in decline and to complain about the fact that the newer generations are corrupting it so carelessly. But the good news is that Orwell thought that there was something we can do about this, and in fact gave us some very specific tips on how we can avoid this erosion of our thinking and of our writing, and how we can aim to be much more clear in the discussion of political topics. Today, of course, Orwell is mostly remembered for his works of fiction, but he also has an expansive corpus of essays. One in particular, called Politics and the English Language, written in 1946, is one of the most insightful commentaries on this subject of language available in print, even to this day. And so today we're going to explore that essay and the tips that he gives for writing more clearly and discover why it is that Orwell is still remembered, even now, as one of the clearest and most intelligent writers of the 20th century. Orwell begins his essay by providing some examples.
Yeah, no, that's a good intro. I really do enjoy that. I think a lot of the time, too, people, I don't know if he brings it up in this essay, but he does bring it up in future essays. A lot of the time, we use language and slogans and things like that in order to make sure we don't depart from the party line or depart from whatever tribe we ascribe to. You know, people, we generally don't care whether we disagree with the group that we are not a part of, right? If we are not associated with a group, it's fine to disagree with them. But what does have a harder time is when you are a part of a group, especially if that group is surrounded by a specific ideology, and you then start disagreeing with that group. And so I don't know if that's what he'll get into, but a lot of the time that's why we have things like slogans. That's why we have things like talking points, rather than actual thoughts that are being shared through language that is being chosen and thought about and selected by the actual person talking. We have things given to us that we can just recite and say, this is what I believe, rather than actually doing the work and being like, oh, do I actually think that or not? Does that actually make sense? Or even knowing what you're saying means in general. So I think that's another aspect of all of this is we're often plagued by fear of other people within our group disliking us or, being casted out of a group, right? Because that has a lot of evolutionary advantage. There's a lot of safety and comfort in a group. But George Orwell basically asks us to be brave and to, instead of aligning yourself with a group and just reciting what the group says, you can align with a group, but be okay with disagreeing. In fact, be okay with other people in your group potentially disliking you. Because if you can be a free thinker, that means that you can change your mind and potentially change other people's minds. And it allows for the opportunity for actual communication and growth. So anyway, those are just some of my initial thoughts. We'll see what he has to say specifically.
Examples of bad modern English. In order to fix our writing, of course, we need an idea of what it is that's going wrong. Here's one example that he cites, written by Harold Lasky. I am not, indeed, sure whether it is not true to say that Milton, who once seemed not unlike a 17th century Shelley, had not become, out of an experience ever more bitter in each year, more alien to the founder of that Jesuit sect, which nothing could induce him to tolerate. Got that? Of course not. What on earth?
Oh, what is it? Hold up. Let's see. I am not indeed sure whether it is not true. So he's not sure if something is false, right? If it is false to say that Milton, who once seemed not unlike, oh my God. Okay. So he's not sure if it's false to say that Milton, who once seemed not unlike, which basically means like, right? Who once seemed like a 17th century Shelley, had not become, out of an experience ever more bitter in each year, more alien to the founder of that Jesuit sect. Okay, I don't know. Let's piece this together. Had not become, out of an experience ever more bitter in each year. So out of an increasingly bitter experience from year to year, right? More alien to the founder of the Jesuit sect. So more different to the Jesuit sect. So he's not sure if it is false to say that Milton, who, or maybe inaccurate, he's not sure if it is inaccurate to say that Milton, who once seemed unlike a 17th century Shelley, had not become more alien. So had become more like, basically is what he's saying there. So he's not sure if it's false to say that this guy is more like the founder of the Jesuit sect, which nothing could induce him to tolerate. Did that make any sense? Oh, man. Did that make sense? So he's not sure whether it is accurate to say that Milton who was once similar to a 17th century Shelley, had not become alien, meaning had become similar to the Jesuit sect, which he himself does not tolerate. Okay. So basically, he's saying he's not sure if it's accurate to say that Milton is similar to the founder of the Jesuit sect of Catholicism, even though he does not tolerate probably Jesuit faith. I think that's what that means. Let me know in the comments below if you can decipher it, but I think that's what that means.
Could induce him to tolerate. Got that? Of course not. What on earth did that sentence mean? This kind of lack of clarity is something that Orwell thought was found all over political discourse, and he thought that it always shared two problems in particular. The first, he writes, is staleness of imagery. The other is lack of precision. Let's talk first about staleness of imagery. One of the most helpful ways to convey a message is to use metaphor and simile, creating unique mental images to illustrate a point. Orwell quotes Ecclesiastes as an example of brilliant use of imagery. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favour to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all. A beautiful way, I think you'll agree, to express the idea that luck, rather than skill, is often the reason why people are successful. And to show what so often goes wrong in modern writing, Orwell translates this passage into what he calls modern English of the worst sort. Objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compel the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity, but that a considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. This says the same thing as the original biblical passage, but it's far more stale, far less eloquent, and indeed far less convincing.
Hold on, what does it say again? Objective considerations. So, like non-biased understanding of contemporary phenomena compel of everyday actions. So objective considerations of contemporary phenomena. So non-bias observance of everyday actions compel the conclusion, lead you to think that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity. Leads you to think that success and failure in competitions exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity. Is not linked entirely to skill. There you go. But that considerable element of unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. But that luck is involved. That's basically what he's saying.
Be taken into account. This says the same thing as the original biblical passage, but it's far more stale, far less eloquent, and indeed far less convincing than the original.
I also think the original, if we look back at it, it had the metaphors, right? They aren't really metaphors that really necessarily
translates this passage into what he calls modern English.
Oh wait, they aren't metaphors that really work with us today. Race is not to the swift. You know, we don't really use the word swift very much today. Battle to the strong. That one, yeah, that makes sense. Bread to the wise. I think bread meaning like people who are, and then wise being like people who are wise or intelligent or have experience. They don't generally always make all the money, right? Nor riches to men of understanding. Oh, I guess that's kind of the same thing. So bread to the wise might mean something else. But again, like these are images and ideas that have pictures in your mind, right? Battle to the strong. That I think we can all kind of understand. Like in today's day and age, we can imagine a warrior, right? Going out to battle. We can imagine that and picture that. That has meaning beyond just the words. It has a mental image and maybe an emotional pull to it. Whereas when we look at the other language, Sure, it uses words that we kind of use a little bit more in today's age, but there's no mental picture. There's no emotional pull to objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compelling the conclusion that success or failure and competitive, like the only thing I'm picturing here is competitive activities. That's the only thing here that maybe will produce some sort of mental picture, but even that is not even the case. That's not even the main point of the phrase. The main point is that you can't expect success to come from hard work alone, but you have to recognize that with hard work, success comes through that and a bit of luck. So, anyway.
Conclusion that success or failure in comparison to consider a thing as the original biblical passage, but it's far more stale, far less eloquent, and indeed far less convincing than the original. Why? Well, because it's a circus of unnecessarily complex words which are completely devoid of imagery in an attempt to feign sophistication.
Yeah.
Though the same point is made, the lack of imagery, of bread to the wise and riches to men of understanding, is lost. And it's exactly this kind of imagery that makes Ecclesiastes such an eloquent book. Orwell's second complaint, you'll remember, is lack of precision. This is something we can find all over modern writing and speaking. In politics, consider how instead of saying, "I made a mistake," politicians will often say something more like, "Undeniably, departmental mistakes were made in the process of decision-making, which will be addressed as a matter of urgency." Or perhaps you felt that nagging feeling that regardless of how many times an interviewer asks a question, a politician just seems ludicrously incapable of giving what we might call a straight answer.
Did you threaten to overrule him?
I was not entitled to instruct Derek Lewis, and I did not instruct him. And
Did you threaten to overrule him?
The truth of the matter is that Mr. Marriott was not suspended.
Did you threaten to overrule him?
I did not overrule Derek Lewis.
Did you threaten to overrule him?
I took advice on what I could or could not do.
Did you threaten to overrule him, Mr.
And I acted
Howard?
scrupulously in accordance with that advice.
It's a yes or no question. It's either yes or no, or kinda. I guess you could maybe throw that in there, but that's what I love yes or no questions in these kind of circumstances. They really get to the bread and butter, and then they can elaborate on it, but answer it yes or no. It's crazy.
I did not overrule Derek Lewis.
Did you threaten to overrule
Mr. Marriott was not suspended.
Did you threaten to overrule him?
I have a
I'm sorry, I'm going to be frightfully rude, but...
Yes, you can...
I'm sorry.
The defining quality of such speech is, as Orwell says, lack of precision. I would add that this kind of writing and speaking also extends to academia, especially, I hate to have to say it, in the humanities. The social sciences in particular are often accused of containing large swaths of essentially meaningless words strung mindlessly together. Here's a sometimes cited example of a single sentence from an essay by the philosopher Judith Butler. The move from a structuralist account in which capital is understood to structure social relations in relatively homologous ways to a view of hegemony in which power relations are subject to repetition, convergence, and rearticulation brought the question of temporality into the thinking of structure and marked a shift from a form of Althuserian theory that takes structural tonalities as theoretical objects to one in which the insights into the contingent possibility of structure inaugurate a renewed conception of hegemony as bound up with the contingent sites and strategies of the rearticulation of power. How very insightful.
So clear as mud. so clear.
This meaningless verbiage by a professor at Berkeley was actually published in a real scholarly journal, and I think is exactly the kind of writing that would have made George Orwell start to uncontrollably vomit. Luckily, though, Orwell has helpfully specified 4 things to avoid in your own writing and speaking in order to prevent the kind of unclarity that we've seen in these examples. 4 things to resist in particular, and here they are. First, dying metaphors. Genuinely fresh metaphors are a crucial tool, evoking a visual image to help make a point. Orwell compares these with dead metaphors, those which have been so overused that they actually cease to be metaphors altogether, and instead begin to function like ordinary words. Consider referring to something as brand new. What does this mean? Brand new. Originally, this referred to a brand or firebrand, implying the immediate newness of something just forged in a fire. Saying brand new thus evoked an image, one that simply isn't evoked anymore. Now it's just a plain phrase, functioning like any other ordinary word. To be clear, dead metaphors, like brand new, are fine to use, specifically because they are dead. They now function like ordinary words. What we should avoid, according to Orwell, is not dead metaphors, but dying metaphors. Somewhere between alive and dead, no longer fresh enough to be insightful, but not quite dead enough to function as a common word. These are metaphors that someone, somewhere, cleverly devised a long time ago, but have now passed into common parlance, meaning that they no longer strike the reader or listener as interesting. Orwell's own examples of dying metaphors are, of course, a bit dated, being from the 40s, but one of the examples he gave was the phrase, stand shoulder to shoulder with. Such a metaphor is unoriginal and overused, and is perhaps best described as a cliché. It's boring. Your eyes or ears gloss over it without it having the evocative effect that was originally intended. When a country's leader boldly states that we will stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies, the sentence isn't nearly as powerful as it would have been when such a metaphor was genuinely original. Now it's just quite boring and common to hear. Another example Orwell gives is toe the line. Yeah. When you hear this phrase, do you imagine people
towing a tow truck?
standing alongside each other at the beginning of a foot race? Probably not. Orwell notes that in this case, the original imagery has become so lost that this phrase is often even distorted into toe the line with a W. The imagery is stale, the meaning forgotten, and the metaphor is dying. I think that some modern examples of dying metaphors might include a rule of thumb or skating on thin ice. Dying metaphors are, says Orwell, merely used because they save people the trouble of inventing phrases for themselves. The effect is that modern writing, quote, does not consist in picking out words for the sake of their meaning and inventing images in order to make the meaning clearer. It consists in gumming together long strips of words which have already been set in order by someone else and making the results presentable by sheer humbug. So, stop using...
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Basically, his main critique is that you aren't thinking when you are presenting these metaphors. And the person receiving it is probably not thinking either. They're just hearing the words rather than understanding it in a diverse amount of ways. So, no, that's a pretty interesting point. His point on the dead metaphors and and it's fine to use dead metaphors, but dying metaphors are things to avoid. That's also a pretty interesting point. And I would say that makes sense. But then again, if you're willing to use dead metaphors, then why would it be bad to use dying metaphors at all? You know what I mean? Because like eventually those two will be dead. So might as well just keep using them and everything. But I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on that? To me, I think maybe I think maybe it's more not necessarily like don't use them, but more just like let's start creating our own metaphors. And, you know, it can be fun too, because they're going to be things that relate to us a little bit more. Things that we can actually understand and picture in our head. They might be a little bit more difficult to come by because it takes effort to think of them, but I think they'll be more beneficial for us in the long run.
Dying metaphors that someone else came up with and everyone else uses. Try some new ones, all of your own. This will make your writing far more interesting. Second is what Orwell calls operators or verbal false limbs. He phrases this a bit weirdly, but this one is essentially an issue of economy. Instead of using the perfectly good word break, a person may write render inoperative. Instead of saying fight, they might say militate against. Orwell describes this kind of language as turning a verb into a whole phrase when it's unnecessary to do so. Other examples he gives include be subjected to, play a leading part in, and exhibit a tendency to. Such phrases may sound sophisticated, but when going for clarity, Orwell thinks that we should always use one word instead of many whenever we can. Now, I myself, for what it's worth, am not sure that I agree with Orwell here. I think this kind of writing is okay, so long as clarity is not hindered by a little bit of verbal dressing. Orwell also notes in this section something which today we can recognize as an obsession of politicians, which is speaking in the passive rather than the active voice. This is the difference between saying, I made a mistake, which is active, and mistakes were made, which is passive.
Yeah, no, I think that's also a really good point. In journalism, I remember they often talked about using active voice rather than passive voice in your communication. So that is, I think, really important. Like the subject is doing the action rather than the action is being done to the subject, right? So I am doing something rather than something has been done. That's the passive voice speaking, and it's a little bit less clear for people who are hearing it. The other thing he mentioned, which I would agree with him on, George Orwell talks about how we should try and use fewer words, which in principle I think that is good. But if our goal is clarity, sometimes more words is more clear than fewer words. The reason we have jargon and big words is because they're shorthand for simpler words, right? For instance, George Orwell in his essay talks about totalitarianism and democracy. Basically says that these words have been devoided of their meaning a lot, and they're used often to just mean good and bad rather than actual political systems. Now, if you wanted to cut down on words, you could just use the word totalitarian or democracy or democratic, right? But let's say you're talking to someone who doesn't know what those are, then you would have to use a lot of other words to describe, like, what is a democracy? What is totalitarianism? And obviously you're going to have more words, but at the end of the day, you're going to have more clarity. So in that sense, I think it is actually good to use more words so long as you are helping connect those who don't understand the jargon to understanding the jargon, right? Like the fact that we have defined democracy as like good is why a country like North Korea calls itself democratic. Like, it's clearly not a democracy. North Korea worships Kim Jong-un. Like, he's a god to them. That's not a democracy. That's, I forget the term. What's the term? Like divine leader, like God is literally the one in charge of your country. I'm blanking on the term there. Like that is not a democracy at all whatsoever. And so they can call themselves a democracy because they are good and they do good democratic things like voting, even though they, get you to vote in a certain way. Totalitarianism, exactly. So, yeah, I think the whole notion here is to be clear. And so sometimes that does mean using more words, as long as those words are to aid in the process of defining terms and defining what we mean by things. So that's my asterisks to George Orwell's thing there, and I think that's probably what Alex was getting at.
Subtle distinction, but when the passive voice is overused, it renders a speech completely detached and impersonal. And so Orwell thinks that wherever possible, we should be using the active voice rather than the passive. Thirdly, in this section, Orwell advises against the not-un formation, saying something like, not uncommonly, instead of the far...
Oh, dude, that is so bad. The double negative. You say commonly. It's crazy. Also, I love the... It's funny, I'm critiquing this stuff because I know I'm going to use one of these things and someone's going to point it out. Someone's going to be watching this. Oh, Jackson, you used that. It's like, yeah, I did. But, it's something for us all to learn and be thinking about so that we can be a little bit more clear and like a little bit. I didn't even say a little bit. I can just say more clear and be able to have discussions that are understandable by people. And yeah, just we can actually influence each other's thoughts and have our own thoughts influenced because we're not just spouting out things that we've received from other people, ideas we've received from other people. We are constructing sentences that are clear to ourselves and to other people. And additionally, if you construct a sentence that isn't clear, if you're using simple language, it will be obvious that it's not clear. Whereas you can easily mistake an absurd idea that is illogical with this kind of dressed up language. I mentioned that before. But what I was mentioning is the book sliding in and stuff. Like, I love that from a cinematic perspective.
Rather
we'll watch
than the
it
passive.
here.
Thirdly, in this section, Orwell advises against the not-un
Yeah, it's so
formation,
good. I love it.
saying something like, not uncommonly, instead of the far easier, commonly. When criticised, a politician won't say, the claims are founded, but rather, the claims are not unfounded. This allows the speaker or writer to disguise uncomfortable admissions in ambiguous phrasing, and something that, for the sake of clarity, we ought to avoid. So, always prioritise clarity and don't use more words when less will do. This is Orwell's second piece of advice to you. Third, pretentious diction. Of course, this will depend on the context, but frankly, try not to be pretentious. And before you run to the comments to call me a pretentious hypocrite, bear in mind that Orwell is talking here about literally putting up a pretense, using words inappropriately or falsely. For example, Orwell resents how words like objective or categorical are, quote, used to dress up a simple statement and give an air of scientific impartiality to biased judgments. Consider, for example, when someone claims that we need to follow the science, when in a lot of arguments, a person is really advocating for a biased personal judgment, an interpretation of data, not some objective scientific fact. Yet they will still label their views as objective in an attempt to sound impartial. Orwell continues by noting that when writing about international politics, we say things like epoch-making, historic, inevitable, and unprecedented, when oftentimes the subject matter is, in fact, not any of these things.
Also, people use the word objective fact all the time, as if you're not just saying a fact. For something to be objective means that it is not in reference to any sort of subjective understanding or experience. And so, in a sense, you are saying it is a fact. But I mean, I do this all the time. I'm not here to judge, obviously. This is a problem we all have to deal with. It is an objective fact. That objective fact is just a restatement of fact in a more fanciful way.
Talking about war, and keep in mind that this essay was published just after World War II, writing takes on an archaic colour, according to Orwell, using words like realm and trident, sword and shield, and jackboot. In an even more egregious pretense, we might refer to a war as an intervention, or an invasion as an operation. Orwell also uses this section to advise against unnecessarily using foreign words where English ones will do. I should add, this obviously only applies when you're actually writing in English. Orwell cites phrases like cul-de-sac and status quo as being pretentious, but again, these are dated examples, since nowadays these are actually extremely common staples of very much non-pretentious English discourse. Orwell isn't against the use of foreign words. Of course, our entire language has roots all over the globe. But if a foreign word is being used just for the sake of sounding fancy or scientific, when there's actually a perfectly good commonly used alternative in the English...
This is a really good point, because if I have a friend who's he's in medical school right now, and one of the things he talks about all the time is how just crazy the words we use to describe a lot of body parts really is, because a lot of these words are Latin words, and when you look them up, what they mean, they just are basically a description of like how the thing looks, right? I forget like an example he gave. There's like a body part that kind of droops down and has a similar look to like an elephant trunk. And he looked up the Latin word for what the anatomy is, and it literally just translated to elephant trunk. But we think of it as this like sophisticated word that's like, oh, this is the what's the word I'm thinking of right now? This is the epidural, or that's not what the word. What that's not an anatomy. That's a pregnancy. I'm stupid. I can't even think of any anatomy right now. Let me look up some words. Anatomy words. That's what I just Googled. Okay, let's see. Parts of the body. I'll pull up a couple of these. I'll let him keep talking. I'll find a few examples. But I just remember talking to him about him, and he was presenting all these body parts, and he was like, "Do you know what that means?" And he's like, "It just means this." It's like a simple like idea, or like it's an imagery of what the thing looks like, and it's just so funny how it's like, oh wow, what a fancy word, and it's like, oh no, that word just means like description of what this thing looks like. It's crazy.
English language. That's just a bit annoying, I think you'll agree. But I do have a feeling that Orwell would agree with my stipulation here, which is that in many cases, in my view, there are foreign words whose specific meaning has no direct translation and is therefore best left untouched. But again, Orwell's key advice here is to avoid vagueness. Fourth, meaningless words. Okay, this seems a bit obvious. Of course, we don't want to use meaningless words. But Orwell is specifically advising against using words that don't have a specific definition, using words that can mean something completely different to different listeners without actually specifying what you intend it to mean. Here's a quote from his essay. "The word fascism has now no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable. The words democracy, socialism, freedom, patriotic, realistic, justice have each of them several different meanings which cannot be reconciled with one another. In the case of a word like democracy, not only is there no agreed definition, but the attempt to make one is resisted from all sides. It's almost universally felt that when we call a country democratic, we are praising it. Consequently, the defenders of every kind of regime claim that it is a democracy and fear that they might have to stop using that word if it were tied down to any one."
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, especially with like, North Korea. So it's a common thing. That's for sure.
Meaning. How very relatable. Now, Orwell also notes that many people use such words in a deliberately dishonest way, relying on the ambiguity in their definition to make claims which they can defend as honest because they did mean what they said, but that they know are misleading. Imagine a priest saying, "The Catholic Church is opposed to persecution." Okay, sure, but we clearly just have different definitions of what counts as persecution. Another of Orwell's examples, "The Soviet press is the freest in the world." Okay, fine, but I have a feeling that you've got a slightly more paternalistic conception of what freedom means than I do. The same thing, of course, happens in politics all the time. When a politician says, "I would never do anything to harm the country," they kind of beg the question as to what harming the country means in the first place. Of course, what they're doing is something that they don't think is going to harm the country, but the whole argument is whether the thing they're doing is harmful at all. So the definition of harmful is something that needs to be specified in order for the sentence to even make sense. If these words are not strictly defined, then they are, in a sense, meaningless. They have no unifying meaning. This is exactly how we end up with the United States, the Netherlands, and North Korea all claiming to be democratic. Similarly, if a traditionalist community is accused of misogyny, they might say, no, we care deeply for the welfare of our women. I don't doubt that they genuinely do, but they probably have a different idea of what a woman's welfare consists in. Unless we specify precisely what it is that we're actually talking about, we will always run into avoidable ambiguities. So, then, the way to avoid meaningless words is to precisely define what it is that you're talking about wherever you suspect that there might be some potential ambiguity. These, then, are Orwell's 4 things to avoid: dying metaphors, false verbal limbs, pretentious diction, and meaningless words. Helpfully, Orwell condenses his point into 6 easy-to-follow rules whenever you're writing an essay or speech. 1. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. 2. Never use a long word where a short one will do. 3. If it is possible to cut out a word, always cut it out. 4. Never use the passive where you can use the active. 5. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. And 6, perhaps most importantly, break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. I've already mentioned that I personally distrust some of the advice that Orwell gives in this essay, but that final rule of his seems to recognise that there is some scope for legitimate disagreement about the points that he raises. I would highly recommend reading it for yourself. I'll leave a link in the description. Just bear in mind, if you do read it, that it was written in the 40s, and so the examples may seem a bit nonsensical to the modern reader, but you can easily fill in examples of your own. Reading politics and the English language, I get the impression that I myself have a bit more admiration for, shall we say, flair and linguistic indulgence than Orwell did. But then I'm not really a political writer, as Orwell was, and whenever I'm aiming at perfect clarity, I'm much more likely to follow his rules. At any rate, we can be sure that the people I quoted at the beginning of this video could certainly have done with listening to Mr. Eric Blair. By heeding his warnings, we might be able to protect our language against a decline in clarity and meaning, something he warned us about most extremely with 1984. And given that Orwell's writing is still today a staple of our culture, he must have been getting something right. Now, there is something else that Orwell himself never wrote about protecting, because he died before it existed, but I like to think that if he were still alive, he'd care about it too. And that something is your internet security. That's right, I want to take a moment to thank ExpressVPN for sponsoring today's video. ExpressVPN is a virtual private network which protects your internet security when browsing online. The online world can be a nefarious place, with hackers trying to steal your data and big tech companies mining your data to sell to advertisers. In fact, in the UK, internet service providers are required by law to keep logs of the websites that I visit, something that I actually never knew they were doing before I learned about internet security. Luckily, ExpressVPN is an incredibly simple app that you can use on your computer or smartphone, which allows you to choose from one of a whole host of servers from all over the world and connect to one of them instantly. ExpressVPN then reroutes all of my network data through this separate secure server, which hides my IP address and my location from any prying eyes. ExpressVPN also doesn't slow down my browsing at all. It's incredibly fast. You won't even notice that you have it on, but it will be on in the background, protecting your data. Hiding your location also means that you can appear as though you're anywhere in the world, allowing you to access content that's usually restricted by region. This is how I can, for instance, watch US Netflix even when I'm in the UK. And here's the best part. You can get 3 months of all of this completely for free by using my referral link. Go to expressvpn.com/cosmic skeptic or click the link in the first line of the description and give yourself that extra bit of peace of mind. With that said, I want to say thank you for watching, and if you do like my content, please do consider becoming a supporter on Patreon, and a special thanks as always to my top tier patrons for helping to keep this channel financially afloat. More information is at patreon.com/cosmic skeptic. Don't forget to subscribe and follow me on the various social media platforms, and I'll see you in the next one.
All right. There it is. So I was looking at some body parts and the etymology behind them. They're mostly like old Germanic and Latin root, as well as some Greek root in there. So first one I saw here, this is the nasopharynx, right? So kind of the tube that comes down from your nose. You know, we could call it a nose tube, or we can call it a nasopharynx, which basically means nasos, which means nose, and pharynx, which means throat. So a nose throat. That's what nasopharynx means. What's another one? Oh man, I lost my tab here. Here's another one. Pancreas. Pancreas originates from Latinized form of the Greek word pancreas, which means sweetbread or all flesh. The word is composed of pan, meaning all, and creas, meaning flesh, which means there's no bone or cartilage. Ugh, I'm blanking on words here. So basically, pancreas is a fancy way of saying it's made of flesh. It's all flesh. It's basically what it is. What else do we got? We got bladder. What does bladder mean? Bladder originates from Old English term bladir, and it means blister or pimple, referring to the bladder's function as a flexible, expandable pouch. So we could just call it the expandable pouch thing. We could call it a blister or a pimple. Or what we could do is call it a word that none of us understand, called a bladder. That's an interesting one. What else do we got? Intestine. You know, instead of intestine, sometimes we say internal organs. I wonder what intestine means. Well, etymologically, intestine means internal, derived from the Latin word intus, meaning within. The Old English invaliant was herop, which literally translates to rope. So internal rope. That's basically what intestines means, etymologically. I'll do one more. There we go. Oh, why are you not popping up? Hold up. There it is. Let's look at thyroid. What is thyroid? Well, thyroid comes from Greek, and it basically means shield shaped. So the shield shaped thingy, your thyroid. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting how we use all of these fancy words, and yet the meaning behind them is denounced to us. It's just beyond us. So it's pretty interesting, though. Interesting topic. That'll be at number 195, and together we have watched 46 videos. Way to go. All right. Let's leave our comment now. Yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Do you agree? Do you think we can be a little bit less pretentious in our language and seek for more clarity? Boom. All right. Let's get on to the next one. One thing I didn't mention earlier regarding what Orwell had to say and Trinitarian theology. One thing that maybe if you guys understand Trinitarian theology better than me, you can let me know if there's a good explanation for this, but I haven't really been able to find a good explanation as to what the difference between the Son is begotten by the Father and the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. What's the difference between being begotten from and proceeding? I mean, I don't understand it personally. And in fact, St. John of Damascus also did not understand the distinction here. But one thing that he says, and I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. He says this. He says, "We have learned that there is a difference between begetting and procession. But what the manner of this difference is, we have not learned at all. However, the begetting of the Son and the procession of the Holy Spirit from the Father are simultaneous." And simultaneous meaning non-temporal. So we often say that the Son is eternally begotten. So at all times, the Son and his divinity, the essence of divinity, is being received from the Father at all times. However, not partially, but in full. So he is fully God at all times and is always receiving that as a relationship between the Son and the Father. Now, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to picture that. I don't know. In fact, I don't think anyone knows what the hell that means. But honestly, it's kind of word vomit, if I do say so myself. I think I respect it. I respect the theological dialogue, but I honestly think it's kind of just craziness. It's basically putting sophisticated words to nonsense, to things that make no sense at all. That's what I think a lot of theology really is. But I mean, I'm not a theologian. I'm not an expert on theology, but from what I've seen, it just doesn't really make any sense at all. It's us putting words to that, which you can say is, it's a mystery, God's a mystery, things like that. You can say that, and I guess that's an answer. But if God's a mystery, then why does he make understanding salvation and according to Athanasia, the Athanasian Creed, not necessarily Athanasia, but according to the Creed, a requirement to salvation that if you do not understand Trinitarianism, you are not saved, right? People often say like, oh, there's a lot of people in contemporary church who are maybe modalist in belief, but unknowingly they're still saved and everything. No. If you hold a false belief about the Trinity, then you are not saved, according to the Athanasian Creed, which is where we get the contents of the Trinity spelt out in the most clear way. So, I'm sorry. If you're going to make it a matter of salvation, it should probably be a little bit more clear. That's my thought. Anyway, not necessarily the topic for today, but I just when I was reading Orwell's essay again, it kept nagging at me, like all the things that just did not make sense with Trinitarian theology. But if you understand it better, I'm willing to hear you out. But from what I've learned, It's just nonsense dressed up in fancy words, my opinion. And when you look at the definition of the fancy words, it's clear that it seems to be nonsense. Anyway, we can do another one. I'm thinking veganism reconsidered. What do you guys think? With Earthling Ed. Now, Earthling Ed, they had an earlier podcast where the two of them talked about veganism when Alex had recently became a vegan. But now at this point, this is actually shortly before Alex ends up leaving veganism. So I wonder if that'll be brought up at all. I'm not sure. But they're revisiting the topic together. So that'll be an interesting thing to hear, and we'll see what Alex has to say. I'm going to start it from the beginning.
My views are that the levels of sentience animals have somewhat determines the rights that they should have. The moral argument, I think, only has credibility when you have hunters who are specifically looking for weak animals or ill animals or very old animals. I wouldn't say those people are vegan, but what I would say is they're morally justified in not being vegan.
This episode of the Cosmic Skeptic podcast is brought to you by you. To support the podcast, please visit patreon.com.
That's interesting. They're morally justified, probably based on the system at which they're working from or the ideals that they're working from. It'll be interesting what he has to say.
.com/Cosmic Skeptic.
It's no longer the Cosmic Christian podcast. He's back. He's back, baby. It's crazy.
So welcome back to the Cosmic Skeptic podcast, everybody. I'm Alex O'Connor, your host, and I'm joined today by the wonderful, the illustrious, the prolific Earthling Ed, real name Ed Winters, and recent author of This is Vegan Propaganda and Other Lies That the Meat Industry Tells You. Ed.
He just came out with a book called How to Go and Stay Vegan, which I've been reading. It's a pretty good book. I definitely enjoy it. Honestly, Earthling Ed, if you haven't watched him before, highly recommend checking out his content. I think he really does break down veganism really well, articulates himself quite well, and there's a lot of people who are vegan who are kind of, I would like to say, aggressive in it, in their sharing, whereas Earthling Ed, I think he's understanding, and he shares the perspective in a caring, thoughtful way that isn't going to make you feel like super guilty or judged or anything like that. I mean, you might feel guilty, but he's not like out there to make you feel like a terrible person. He's just trying to share the perspective. And that's something I do respect, because as someone who's become vegan, I can kind of understand the difficulties of that process. And I can also understand like the fact that just culturally and societally, we've all been brainwashed, you know, to think that this is normal and this is okay. And I think having a slow kind of introduction to it and rewiring the way that you think about some of these things is very helpful, rather than just boom, like factory farming's like the Holocaust, you know, stuff like that, which is something I you know, over time have become more accustomed to agreeing with. But starting with that's pretty intense, and most people will laugh you out of the room because, you know, they don't have all of the prep ahead of time in order to understand that. But anyway, Alex does a great job at that too. But excited to see this combo.
Ed, welcome back to the podcast.
Thank you for having me back.
Our first, I think, repeat guest on the podcast. Haven't done that many episodes, but it's been quite a while since we last spoke. We spoke, I think, in 2019, and that was just after I gave up animal products, and so I was kind of new to the whole thing, and it was a bit of an...
When is this again? This was 3 years ago? So 2022. Okay. So he's been at it for about 3 years at this point. I think he's vegan for 4 years in total. So this is about a year before he leaves.
Inquiry into the vegan position. Yeah. I like to think I've learned a thing or two since then about this movement.
I think you definitely have.
But it's also raised quite a lot of questions about the specificities of veganism and kind of particular questions about how we should go about advocating or living out a vegan lifestyle.
Yeah.
But I think because of the fact that there will be people watching who haven't seen our first podcast and maybe are unfamiliar with your work, I think it would be a good place to start to talk about veganism generally.
Sure.
We're not going to do the story of how you became vegan because you've done that 100,000 times already. But what I do want to talk about is, in your view, to be clear with our terms, what veganism is, what it is that you're actually advocating people do, I guess like a definitional starting point. So yeah, welcome back. And I guess the first question is, what is veganism?
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple question, but also a relatively complex question, I suppose, in terms of the context of how we live. Veganism, I guess the formal definition is to live in a way that excludes, as far as is possible and practicable, the exploitation and use of animals, non-human animals. And so I suppose in tangible terms, that means eliminating some of the primary aspects of, through which we exploit animals. So meat, dairy, eggs, of course, clothing like leather, wool, down, fur, and then obviously avoiding cosmetics tests on animals. And those are kind of like the broader, more obvious ones. But the definition, I suppose, you use that word specificity, which is a bit of a mouthful, right? And that's part of the interesting, I guess, nuance of this conversation. When I know that maybe you had a couple of questions that we were going to dive into, kind of more catered around that. But I think that there is this nuance which exists. And to kind of go off on a really random tangent straight off the bat, a lot of things that people always say to me, they'll say similar things. And one of the things that I always hear from people is, I suppose, like, why do we have to be vegan? Like, what is this reason to be vegan now? And it comes down to that notion of choice. And so this notion of reducing as far as is possible and practicable, I suppose, comes down to the fact that we have an option which we haven't necessarily had in the past, where we can be vegan now in a way that we weren't able to be 100 years ago, certainly not 1,000 years ago, let's say. So that's where it becomes, I guess, a prevalent moral issue of our time, because it is now possible and it is now practicable in a way that it hasn't been before.
Yes.
This is very fascinating. I got a little bit into a conversation with my brother actually about progress, and I think it applies a little bit to moral progress. And like, what is progress? Because we often talk about like how there are people who maybe are a little bit anti like certain technologies, especially with like AI. One of the main things is being very cautious in regards to AI, how we implement it. Some people are against AI. And I mean, this is a tale that has been told many, many times. Like, for instance, the first occurrence of writing, when writing was first starting and becoming a thing, people were worried that if the average person started to write things down, they would forget things and memory would be hurt, which I think they're probably right. Like, oral history and oral just tradition is absurd to us, and it seems like it would not be possible, but back then it clearly was possible. It clearly happened. In addition to that, like the automobile, like the introduction of that has caused so many deaths, and yet we still call it progress. And so we have to define, like, what do we mean by progress? What do we mean by moral progress? Like, what's the goal behind morality? And it really gets to interesting concepts. Like, I don't think we would consider a vegan lifestyle moral had we stayed living in like the Paleolithic period, where we were, hunting and gathering and taking animals for food, generally during that sort of ice age period. So those are the kinds of things that would obviously be against veganism, and yet back then I don't think a vegan lifestyle would have been healthy. I like the amount of vegetation and plants that we could have eaten to survive was next to none, especially since it was an ice age and the tundra made it difficult for things to grow at all. There were some berries that we could eat, but in terms of like things that we could actually readily find and eat, we would probably have to starve ourselves in order to make sure that we didn't kill any animals for food. Now, maybe scavenging, but even then you run into potential diseases and risking all of that. And so I think it would have been an interesting call. Now, you might say, okay, well, back then there was other things that we considered bad, right? Like it was fine to marry your sister, incest was totally fine. Back then, raping probably wasn't as bad of a deed, whereas today we consider it bad. So just because it was normative and just because it's what we needed to do to survive, like you probably had to mate with your relatives because there wasn't anyone else around to mate with, like that just makes sense. So out of depravity, that is the thing. However, out of luxury, I think there are things that are normative and we don't consider to be bad that probably would be considered bad in their perspective. And so it gets to the question of, and this is what I'm trying to point out, is when we talk about moral progress and just progress in general, I think we have a false sense of what that means, because basically we assume that everything that has progressed in the way that it has is moral and good, right? We don't think that not having invented writing would have been a good thing for society. We think it was a good thing. There it is with the double negatives. We think it was a good thing to introduce writing into society and to educate people on how to write. We think that it was a good thing to have the automobile. There are some things that we think are maybe less good or we're not fully sure on, like you might bring up social media or technology. But I would argue that give it a few generations and those things are not even going to be questioned as bad. Like the automobile, we don't question that would be bad. Writing, we don't question that was a bad decision. The Industrial Revolution, we don't question whether that was bad. The fact that there are no blacksmiths anymore, we don't question whether that's a bad thing or not. But back then, and maybe a generation or two after, there would have been people still questioning and saying, I don't know if this is a good thing. Whereas we don't really have that question anymore. But the points they brought up aren't necessarily false. They're still true. It's just we have adapted to them and have maybe pitfalls in our lives that that we maybe ignore and we just consider aren't issues. Like, for instance, I think one of the main things is none of us could survive in the wild. Like if you dropped your average Joe, maybe Bear Grylls, he could survive in the wild, but your average Joe, most people, even people who are wilderness explorers, they need things outside of what is naturally available to them in the wild in order to survive. And I think that's a problem. Like we say that that's fine. We say that it's progress, but the fact that none of us could just, like I don't know how to start a fire from just wood. Or I don't even know how to find like, flint and steel in order to start a fire from that. I'd have to buy it from a store in order to start a fire, right? Like that, I think, is a problem. Like if things were to go to hell, like some people think they are, none of us would be able to survive. None of us would know how to adapt and survive unless you're really into that. It's a very small minority. And yet we consider it progress. Why? I don't know. Probably because it allows us to learn and adapt new things, but those new things that we're learning and adapting into our lives, are they really progressing us toward new ideas, right? Because progress isn't just new facts and new understandings, but it's also experiences. I think you progress as a person when you experience new things in your life. And so, I mean, I know I'm going on a tangent here. I'm going on a long thing, but suffice to say, when we talk about these issues, context matters a lot, but also what is our goal? Like what are we doing all of this for? And topics like utilitarianism are very intellectual. They help us intellectualize the adaptations, the evolutionary process, our underlying core goals. But it overlooks the essential qualities of life, the things that give life beauty, which would be connection and relationship with other people, or they'd be, accomplishing a goal, going out and making a life for yourself. And we get an aspect of that in the modern day, like starting a business, things like that. But is that a lesser degree of beauty and a lesser degree of progress in your own personal life to, say, wrestling a bear and coming out on top, or, getting with your homies and hunting down a mammoth and taking it down, right? Or maybe building your own house from scratch. Like, those are, I think, experiences none of us can relate to and none of us can say we've done. And yet we say that we've progressed as a human society without ever experiencing the things that our ancestors would have considered valuable and part of becoming an adult. And so, yeah, I mean, this is talking about veganism. I want to say I understand it. It's very contextualized, but I thought that was a very interesting conversation because I think it gets at the whole idea of, like, what are we doing? What is progress? Why do we value intellectual progress? And yet we overlook experiential progress, relational progress, key indicators of adulthood, adulting, right? A lot of these things are missing from our society that would have been cornerstone to ancient societies. And we say that they're ancient practices, they don't matter. But might an ancient, if they were to see our world and see the things that we value, might they respond and say, that's just futuristic nonsense. That doesn't matter. I think based on our context, we are situationally biased to think that intellectual discovery and starting a business and being a wizard with AI are the things of value. Whereas the ancients would have seen something totally different. And I don't think we can say that we are right over them. Just like I don't think we can say that they are right over us. I don't know the answer to that question. And I think if you're intellectually honest, you'll probably come to that conclusion. But if you have a different conclusion, I'd love to hear it, because I could be wrong on that. So do let me know. But that was just something I remember. I was talking to my brother about that, and I was like, man, that is a really interesting point. And something like veganism, while it makes sense in our modern age, and I'm vegan, I think everyone should be vegan based upon our modern context. But in terms of progress and moral progress and that which is right and good, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. So, yeah, let me know what you guys think below. But it's an interesting discussion, to say the least.
I think the operative word in the definition of veganism that the Vegan Society uses and that you've alluded to there is practicable or possible, as you've put it also there. And one of the questions that I find most difficult to answer when talking to people about veganism is what the bounds of practicability are. Because there's an interpretation which essentially says when you think of our hunter-gatherer ancestors, or you think of people living in places on the planet right now where it's genuinely impossible to get vegetables, and we think, well, because it's not practical for them to be vegan, or at least it's not practical for them to remove animal products from their diet, it would be unfair to say everyone should be vegan, and to be vegan is to include something that some people can't do, right?
Yeah.
But of course, there are situations in the world today where people might describe themselves as being in a position of it being quite impractical for them to go vegan, but they're not talking about needing to rely on hunting and gathering. So imagine, for example, look, if I was giving a speaking tour, and maybe I'm even giving a speaking tour about veganism.
Yeah.
And so I spend a lot of my days on the train, traveling, and a lot of the time, the only place I'm able to get some food is at the train station or from a corner shop. And because I'm traveling for so long, it transpires that if I were to eat entirely vegan food the whole time I was on that tour, I wouldn't be able to sustain my nutritional requirements. Maybe even if I was taking a multivit, even if I brought some Huel along with me, you know. A situation like that, it doesn't seem like the kind of crazy, extreme type of situation that we'd usually say somebody is justified in eating a pig or a cow, but it does seem like it's perhaps worthy of a label of impractical or impracticable. I don't know what you'd think about a situation like that.
Well, I mean, I've been in situations, it depends, obviously there's degrees. Now I've been in situations where I've done speeches, or I've been to areas where there is limited to no vegan food available, and you really are kind of scraping the barrel to find something. But by and large, it's always workable. And I've never felt that I needed to not eat something that was plant-based in those moments. Now, I think we have to look at, there are these degrees that we have. And so often people say to me, look, it is unrealistic to expect everyone to go vegan. And I think it's absolutely fine to admit that that's true. In fact, it's important, because the last thing we want to seem is dogmatic or ideologically naive. And, I would say that for a significant number of people in the world, there isn't the options that we have. And you can maybe even make the argument that, I don't know if I could say majority, but there's definitely a significant number of people where it's not possible. And I think what the road...
Yeah, this is an interesting question, because I think generally Alex asks questions from an intellectual perspective, but this is a question that you can tell when he's asking it is very personal and very difficult. It was probably difficult for him to even bring that up. So very brave. Good job, Alex, for that. I know he brings that up in why he ends up no longer being vegan. And I do appreciate Alex for all that he's done for the vegan movement. One thing I do wish was, this gets into George Orwell, like with party lines and things like that. One thing about the vegan movement is you're either vegan or you're not, and you're evil. And the worst of the people who were once vegan and leave it. Yuck. Right? I really don't think that's helpful. And for anyone who's maybe left veganism, my main thing is, please don't speak ill of it. Please don't talk about how it's ridiculous or anything like that. But if it's, for a reason that's, you just had a hard time keeping it up, and you're still, reducing the amount of meat and the amount of dairy in your diet. I empathize with you, and I'm glad, and I celebrate that. I don't see that as the most evil of evils. I see that as a good thing. It's a beautiful thing. And so, yeah, if we want to try and affect the factory farming industry, and we want to try and make change, I do think you should try to be vegan. I also think you should try to reduce the amount of meat and dairy in your diet at bare minimum. I think just do your best to try and not consume so much of it, because a lot of the atrocities come about from them having to hurry up the process of processing these animals. Like, the reason why they don't always follow regulation is because they're trying to slaughter more animals and keep up with demand. But if demand is lower, then the beatings and the, slitting cows' throats without fully knocking them out. Like, this happens on the regular. There's footage you can watch of this happening, right? The killing of baby hens in a grinder on the day that they're born. These are unnecessary things. The plucking out of teeth from pigs and cutting off of tails because we're storing so many in such small facilities that they start cannibalizing each other, and we cut out their teeth and we cut off their tails so they don't cannibalize each other because they're going so insane from the tight quarters. All of that is terrible, and I think we can all agree that that should not be happening, and it can be reduced by you just not eating as much meat or not eating as much dairy products. So, I mean, I think everyone should become vegan, but I also think if you can reduce it, like maybe just like meatless Mondays is a thing. I know Alex talks about that and says he doesn't agree with it. I'm empathetic toward it. But if you can make a step in the direction toward veganism, that's a win in my books. So if you can empathize with animals and you care about animals, then if you can take that step forward, whether that's becoming vegetarian, whether that's saying, hey, I'm not going to eat meat or dairy products on these days of the week, that's a win. That's a win. Or maybe I'm not going to eat pork. I'm not going to eat beef, a specific type. Just reducing in some way. There's so many ways we can do it. It's not a black and white issue, in my opinion. And, I know Alex isn't vegan anymore in name, but I'd hope that he's still promoting Huel, and I hope that he's trying at least as much as he can, as much as practicable, potentially, to stay vegan. Or to stick to reducing meat and dairy products. So my heart goes out to you, man. I really do think it's important to discuss, and it's not something that people talk about enough. We're too black and white on this issue, in my opinion. And I do think getting rid of these industries and stop eating meat, stop eating dairy should be the end goal. Like that, don't get me wrong. I think that is the end goal, but we need to be empathetic to a culture that has been brainwashed and a culture that has built itself on the production of these animals and the consumption of these dairy products. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
The block we run into sometimes is people can be disingenuous, and they can apply that knowledge of it not being possible for everyone and then apply it to themselves as a way of trying to detract from their own personal responsibility. And so what I mean by that is it would be easy in a situation where it's difficult to then say, well, not everyone has to be, or it's not always going to be possible, so therefore I'm not going to push myself as much as I could in this moment. And I think the situation you're describing is one where it might be inconvenient, but probably doesn't make it justifiable to buy something else when potentially you could have prepared a bit more earlier in advance or stocked up somewhere where you knew there was an option available.
Yeah, I guess you could say that if there is an injustice somewhere in here, it's in the fact that you didn't prepare properly when you embark on the speaking tour. I wonder, like, if somebody were looking for advice in a specific situation as to what the kinds of things they're looking for in order to judge whether something is actually practical or not. I mean, imagine if you're on holiday in Rome and you don't really know the area very well, and you're off to see the Vatican in like an hour's time or something, and you've got your booking. Yeah. And you're looking for somewhere to eat because you're very hungry, and you find a place, but because you're in Rome, everyone's doing fresh pasta, and it's all got egg in it, right? Yeah. So you sit down, and everything has egg. Now, in theory, you could stand up, look around, like just walk and walk and walk until you find somewhere that will serve you food that doesn't have any animal products in it. You're probably there, if you do that, going to miss the booking. You're not going to get to go to the Vatican. It's going to mess you up quite a lot. You're going to have to walk around quite a lot. It's going to inconvenience all of your friends, this kind of stuff. Yeah. And sure, maybe you should have planned better, but in this case, you didn't.
Sure.
So a person decides, you know what, I'm just going to eat the egg pasta. Do you think that they've committed an injustice in that situation?
Yes. You could just not eat for a couple of hours. You know, none of us are in a situation where the skipping of one meal is going to have a huge detrimental impact on our health, unless, of course, we have diabetes or some sort of medical condition that means that we need to, you know, constantly eat or make sure that we have regulated blood sugar. So for the average person, I would say no.
But for the diabetic, for
they
example,
would be prepared because they would expect to be in a situation such as this.
I suppose that's true, but like I guess in the abstract here,
in the
that would
abstract.
be justifiable if perhaps the reason, well, even if they did not plan, even if it was like their fault that they hadn't planned, they're still in a situation where there's a medical requirement to eat this food, and I think that would count as the kind of thing.
Probably, I mean, a medical requirement. Yeah, when it comes down to an issue of health, it becomes different. Let's say you're taking a medication, you have to take a medication. That medication has been tested on animals, so you could justify taking that medication because it's a matter of health. And so, if you're in a situation, you need, whatever is happening with your blood sugar, you need something to eat, and the only option you have is that egg pasta that's in front of you, otherwise you're going to pass out and potentially harm yourself, then you could find a justifiable reasoning in there to eat the egg pasta. But for the everyday person who doesn't need to eat, at these regimented times, and who could skip a meal or be an inconvenience and run off, or even the worst thing in the world, miss the booking for the Vatican, I think that's a punishment that is a worthwhile punishment based on the fact that it's your own, I suppose, disregard that has put you in this situation to begin with?
I mean, there are a few things to iron out there. I mean, there's the consideration that buying that particular piece of pasta isn't going to contribute largely, but I think we're both on the same page as to why that would still potentially be wrong.
Yeah.
I wonder, not to sound a bit kind of facetious, but I mean, you talk about health, and I think a common vegan talking point is when somebody says it's unhealthy to be vegan, the answer is to say, no, it's not. It is healthy to be vegan.
Yeah.
And that's why you have an obligation to do so. The corollary seems to be that if it were unhealthy, we'd have an obligation, or not an obligation, a permissibility to eat animal products.
Yeah.
The issue I have with this is that health seems like quite an ill-defined term because, of course, we can think about somebody being a diabetic. We can think about somebody starving. We can think about these kinds of things. But I don't know. I mean, if by going vegan, you became 3 foot shorter, something like that. Maybe you're a basketball player. Maybe this is something that's very important to you. Is that the kind of health requirement that could be taken into consideration?
It's a great question, isn't it? I think about this often, and I try and work out if, let's say, the reality was reversed. And let's say that being vegan increased your risk of getting colon cancer, or being vegan increased your risk of having a stroke, or, having diabetes. How much of an increase would it need to be to make it justifiable to not be vegan? 10% increase, 20%? I have no idea. Let's say that being vegan cut 5 years off your average lifespan. Would that make it something that you wouldn't need to do now? I mean, it's easy to sit in the position we're in because that's not a risk. So it's easy for me to kind of theorize that, no, that would still not make it morally justified to factory farm these animals and cause all of this suffering. But in that situation where the reality was reversed, who knows what we would say? I actually don't know. But I think it's interesting because there has to be some health repercussions that would be acceptable. Some health repercussions that would make it still immoral to consume animal products. But the opposite is true as well. There must be a limit to what is permissible from a health perspective before it becomes justified to do what we do. And I'm not sure where that line is.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to raise it with you because, of course, in practice, if somebody's asking you for advice, you can say, well, let's look at your situation and let's just see what our intuitions scream at us. But when you're talking in the abstract, when you're talking just making a philosophical case for veganism, and somebody asks, well, look, in principle, what does this word practicability mean?
Yeah.
Because I put quite a lot of emphasis on the fact that veganism involves this essence of practicability. And actually, I wonder if you agree with me on this. Because the definition of veganism that I use is a minimization of, and maybe it's suffering, maybe it's exploitation, that varies too, but to the highest extent practicable. If you have somebody, like who's living in northern Canada and they genuinely, it's too expensive for them to import vegetables, and so it is actually impracticable. Or maybe they're the diabetic in the situation that we spoke about. And so this person eats animals, but they're eating as little as they practically can. Is that person a vegan?
Well, the way I see it is, I think it's important that we have veganism as a clear definition. I think when we lose the definition of veganism, or it becomes diluted, it starts to lose its meaning. And so I guess what I mean by that is, I wouldn't say those people are vegan, but what I would say is they're morally justified in not being vegan.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a difference. So I think that we should keep veganism as being what it means, but then at the same time understand that you can be a moral person and not be vegan in these situations, which we're maybe alluding to right now.
No, that's a good point. But then my question on top of that is, can they be a vegan activist, right? Can they still be someone who says, like, I'm advocating for veganism. I personally cannot practice it, but I do practice it to the most that I can, as practically as I can. Practicable. Sorry, as practicable. Those are two different words. As practicable as I can. So would that person be able to be a vegan activist, despite the fact that they practicably cannot be a vegan in practice? I don't know. That's an interesting question.
Now,
Is there not a potential contradiction lurking here in that if we define veganism as a minimization to the highest extent practicable of animal suffering and death, and then you meet somebody who is eating animals, but they are minimizing animal suffering and death to the highest extent practicable, and you say, well, I don't want to call them a vegan, but isn't that the definition of veganism that we're working with? Because I agree with you that it can be a bit unhelpful sometimes, a bit unclear to say that, yes, an Inuit living in northern Canada eating animals that they hunt is a vegan.
yeah.
But I think if we don't do something like that, it might come at the cost of our consistency in the definition.
Well, potentially so. And I think that you do raise a valid point, which is that both through both our definitions, you can argue that none of us are vegan, or, more than just, more people are vegan than maybe seems obvious through kind of like this situation you're describing now. And I think there probably is the argument that there is some inconsistency there. But at the same time, I think that we do run the risk of losing this meaning of what being vegan means. And I would argue that probably the Inuit living in North America, the northern parts of America, probably doesn't really care too much about this term vegan. And it's not something that they particularly are interested in having as part of their identity.
Yes.
And so I feel like maybe we run the risk of diluting it for a reason that's not even that important.
Yeah, it's essentially a terminological dispute.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I would say, if this person, though, is clearly making active changes to their life that can be seen by those around them, potentially it's vegan. I mean, so here's the thing. If they're like an Inuit, like living in northern Canada, and they avoid eating meat as much as possible, but they do whenever needed or required for some reason. Like they have no other resources. They're starving, been starving for a while. They're like, okay, I'm going to eat some meat, but I'm going to avoid it as much as possible, right? I could see that potentially being a vegan choice. But like, let's say they truly just like don't have any access to being vegan and they don't really practice it. Maybe they're like, okay, maybe if I had resources, I would try to be vegan, but I don't even have any resources, so I don't even want to try to be vegan. In that kind of scenario, it's kind of like, yeah, like you're kind of a vegan wannabe rather than a actual vegan or someone making steps toward veganism. I think we need a term for that. I guess maybe I agree with both of them here. Like I do think we need to celebrate people who are making steps in favor of veganism, because it's hard and it's something that, it comes with a lot of baggage for people, especially if you're in certain environments. And so we need to try and help people in the process as much as possible, in my opinion. And with that probably comes making up a term that isn't vegan, but is like someone working toward vegan, or someone who is wanting to become vegan and is, as much as is practicable, trying to act in accordance with veganism. So I don't know. I think all of those could be are categories that are important and worth categorizing for our ability to, I think, spread the movement, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, this is something that happens a lot in the discussion around religion and atheism. There's this huge debate about whether an atheist is someone who believes there is no God, or if an atheist is someone who doesn't believe that there is a God. And people, they lose friends over this kind of stuff. But essentially, it's just a definition. I think what we're interested in is correct or justifiable action rather than...
And actually, there's Christians... There's atheistic Christians too. Like there's denominations, they're not Orthodox obviously, but there's denominations of Christianity that don't believe in God. And they believe in the practices, and they believe in they can believe in like spirituality, but they don't necessarily believe in like the personal God as presented in the Bible. So that's a pretty wild idea there, and kind of counterintuitive probably. For a lot of people, you'd say they're just not Christian, and yet they still identify themselves as Christian, and they still attend church, and they're still pro a lot of Christian values. And so, yes, they are not Orthodox in terms of their Christianity, but are they Christian? I think you could potentially say they are. And I'm kind of biased toward that because I like Christianity. I grew up as a Christian. I don't believe that the Christian God exists, but I am, empathetic toward it. And a lot of my best friends are Christians, and I still go to like churches and stuff pretty regularly. And so, yeah, like I kind of relate and resonate with that definition from a cultural standpoint.
Calling yourself the most appropriate thing. But
Yeah.
so you talked about this idea of like, well, maybe none of us are vegan by a particular definition, or maybe like we need to define veganism, at least if a person is vegan, let's say, what that means is that person doesn't eat animal products, something like this, right?
Yeah.
But there's a question which I briefly mentioned to you at one point before. I think I messaged you about it, and I wonder if you have any thoughts on this, and that is the question of eating non-essential vegan food, because as anybody who's kind of had a bit of familiarity with the vegan discussion will be aware, animals are killed in crop production, right? Like vegans are responsible for killing animals too.
Sure.
And when somebody brings this up as a problem, you have a whole video on this, the big question that vegans can't answer, something like this. The answer is to say, well, look, I mean, far less crops are used to feed a human being than are used to feed livestock. And so if we eat the crops directly, then we kill less animals in crop production. But if animals die in plant-based agriculture to produce things like vegan chocolate or vegan cakes, that is non-essential vegan food, then by eating those products, we are buying food that directly contributes towards the death and suffering of animals that we don't need to be doing. So it seems to me like there we are contributing unnecessarily to the suffering and death of animals, which doesn't seem like a very vegan thing to do. Yeah.
Well, it's an overconsumption issue, isn't it? And I think that whether it's foods, clothing, whatever it may be, we have an issue, broadly speaking, in society where we consume too much of most things, right? And so when it comes to this idea of, what is not essential, I guess firstly, it's quite hard to determine what is essential. Now, we could take essential as just meaning, 2,500 calories a day, making sure you hit your nutrient allowance. And then you could make the argument, well, if I've hit my nutrient allowance or my nutrient, goals with 2,000 calories, well, I've got 500 calories spare. Having a piece of chocolate cake or whatever it may be could be classified as essential because I need those extra calories. So I don't think it seemed maybe that the line you were drawing was between like healthy and unhealthy, and you're using like unhealthy as being non-essential. But unhealthy doesn't have to be non-essential. A lot of people rely on unhealthy foods to meet their caloric intake. So I think it's just more about an overconsumption issue, and we shouldn't be consuming above and beyond what we need, because then we have health problems as well, and that obviously brings about a huge problem to society and to individual health. So I think it's just more about being responsible and not over-consuming what we should be consuming anyway, and that would somewhat alleviate that problem.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
We could potentially draw out a more specific answer by looking at a problem case. Like
Sure.
we have a situation in which a person has a choice for whatever reason to either eat and if one product doesn't do it, let's say they have to do it every day for the whole week or something, they're eating vegan food and they know that a certain number of animals are being killed in crop production in order to produce that food.
Right.
And it's probably like a few, it's not just like one, right? But they do have the opportunity, because of where they live, to maybe go hunting, or maybe, they have a neighbor who has chickens in their back garden, this kind of thing. And so still things that we see as morally problematic if we don't need to do them. But faced with the choice between killing that one animal and eating the animal, and eating the vegan alternative, which is killing more animals in crop production. And I don't think this is always the case, of course, because in like factory farming, far more crops are used.
Yeah.
But if a person were in a situation where they eat a bit of chicken or a bit of steak or a bit of elk or whatever, and it kills less animals than eating a vegan alternative that kills more animals in crop production, what's the correct thing to do? And I guess separately, what's the vegan thing to do? And are they the same thing?
See, so it's an interesting point. I think the idea, if you are vegan, is to, as best as you can, try to stop thinking of animals as food, right? We don't have a problem. Like, if we are in that situation and it was, whether it's like to eat a human being or to eat food that was produced by humans, but some of them died in the process of producing that food, I think the answer to that question would be obvious. We would not eat the human flesh. We would eat the food that was produced in a process that killed at least some, right? Yeah, sure, maybe you're eating one human being, and the other one, you are eating food where several human beings died. The first one is just, no, you don't do that. Like, that's a non-starter. We don't eat people. I don't want to propagate the conception or the idea where it is okay to eat people. And we have built a society that says that that's not okay. That people have a right to their bodily autonomy not being exploited in that way, not being consumed by another, obviously without the person's approval. So I don't think we would apply it to a human being in the same process, which is why I don't think we should apply it to animals. I think the goal of veganism should be to not think of animals in that way, to not think of animals as products for food, but to start thinking of animals as sentient individuals, right? That we can respect in that way. So that's just kind of my main thought there. I don't, I get what he's saying here about the animals dying in crop production, but had we applied it in the same way as humans, the answer is obvious. We would not eat a single human being to stop ourselves from eating food produced by humans that maybe a couple of them died in the production process. That's my main thought on that. It's kind of a dark analogy, but yeah.
Well, I mean, to kind of just go briefly back to the original question we were discussing, I think that the benefit of supporting plant-based agriculture now is we're demanding that plant-based agriculture become more efficient, become more ethical. When we look at things like vertical farming or kind of more regenerative systems of plant-based agriculture that are focused, less on efficiency of production, but more on sustainability and morality of production. I think that those advancements will be driven from this demand for these plant-based foods. And I think that the risk we have is by, I guess, normalizing the consumption of animal products, we are less likely to pursue a more preferable system of plant-based production. There was a paper actually on crop deaths, and Joe Rogan cited it. And in that video you referenced of mine, I speak about this paper. And the paper...
Welcome, Thomas. Kant says to treat them as ends in themselves instead of means to an end. That is, if he were vegan. Yeah, no, that's really good. It gets to that rights-based aspect of things that I think is very important. It's not something that Alex really emphasizes. In addition to that, Ed brings up an interesting point, which is too often, and this is beyond veganism. I think just in daily life, too often we are stopped because we reach a problem and we're like, oh, well, that's a societal problem. There's no solution to that. I guess we'll just continue on with the way things are. But the reality is, if you want something done, you're going to run into problems. You have to assume that you're going to run into problems when trying to make a change or trying to cause something different, right? And so if we want veganism to be true, or if you want anything, like for instance, right now, I'm starting a social media campaign for a client. And with that comes a lot of potential problems because, they have things already integrated into the business that they're doing. And as I'm integrating social media, there's subscriptions, there's maybe redesigns of some of their logos. There's working with other companies and asking for permission to use certain music and certain elements and assets. And with all of that, we can easily say, oh, well, that's just a problem. And I guess I'm just, I guess we don't do it. No. That's not the answer. The answer is there's a problem and there's a target goal. Just because there's a problem that exists currently in our society does not mean we can't get past it and we should give up on the entire thing. No. We need to realize that problems can be solved, and we can solve the problem and reach our goal. Too often, I think we just let problems be rather than recognizing that if I have a goal in mind, I need to solve the problem to reach the goal, not just give up on the goal. For sure, there has never been a time in history where things stayed as they are. The only thing that's guaranteed is change. It's up to us to make sure it's in the right direction. That's beautiful. Well, that and death and taxes, those are also consistencies. No, I 100% agree with you there. I love that sentiment. Really beautiful.
It basically starts by saying that they estimate about 7.2 billion animals are killed in crop production annually. But the conclusion of the paper is that actually in the future, it should be possible to produce plants without killing any animals through things like vertical farming systems. And so I think what we should be doing is supporting plant-based agriculture with an eye to the future, wherein that future which we can create would be a future that is focused on reducing crop deaths as well, because hopefully as we move more into a vegan society, we will look to produce plants in a way that is more in harmony with the morality and beliefs around veganism.
Exactly. That's exactly what I just said. So, yeah. Love you, Ed. Good stuff.
But I don't want to dodge your question. To come back to the question that you're alluding to, let's say with backyard eggs, for example, there is probably a situation where you can justify consuming backyard eggs and not have too much of a moral problem with that. But with this specific thing we're talking about, those hens will be fed something, and they'll be fed chicken feed, which is, of course, something that's grown and harvested, and the same problems exist.
Yes.
But with the hunting one, I think what's interesting there is, I suppose there's a couple of ways of looking at it. The first is when we talk about food systems, I suppose the word system, heavily implies a form of production that can feed the masses. Hunting obviously can't. So if we separate hunting into kind of individual I guess, damage, but then societal harm as well. From a societal perspective, the notion of hunting being a food system obviously doesn't work. We can't feed everyone with a system of hunting, because if you want to do canned hunting, which is where they breed animals in these kind of contained zones, that doesn't work because you're still feeding them something.
Unless everyone is hunting for themselves, like back in the day, but that's obviously not going to happen.
But even with kind of truly wild animals, let's look at the US. There's 30 million deer, 360 million people thereabouts. So you can't feed everyone with a hunting system, and actually the ecological damage of doing so would be catastrophic. So that doesn't work. So we still should be preferring a plant-based food system, or kind of lending more credibility, I suppose, and validity to a plant-based food system. But I suppose from an individual perspective, what becomes interesting to me is the hunting argument, or I guess the moral aspect of the hunting argument, often comes down to things like, what we're talking about now with crop production deaths, but also, I suppose, the idea that there is too many deer or too many of moose or elk, and it's actually morally preferable to hunt them because it reduces the risk of starvation and reduces the risk of dying from a horrible disease, which obviously happens to wild animals. I guess the main problem with that is hunters are killing animals in their prime. In nature, there is kind of like a system of checks and balances where the weaker, the older animals, the ones who are taken by the predators, because they don't have the legs to be able to run as fast as they used to be able to. They don't have the stamina to be able to evade danger. And so I think, the moral argument, I think, only has credibility when you have hunters who are specifically looking for weak animals or ill animals or very old animals and looking to kind of like, I suppose, hunt in that way. But that's not the situation we have. These are very healthy animals, the big stags with the big antlers. And
the other thing is, we talk about hunting, but why don't we talk about scavenging? Like, there are animals that are already dead and that we can find. Like, have you ever driven on the highway? The highway is full of them. You can find so many dead carcasses there. Some of them, are pretty aged and you probably wouldn't want to eat them, but there's definitely got to be value if you really want to eat animals over there. So yeah, if you want to try hunting, that's sure you can do that. But like to say that's your only option, I think is absurd. And his point on, killing them in their prime, I think is absurd. I just think, again, we're restricting our mindset here. Like we are, we don't think this way about people. We don't say that we need people to be killed in order to reduce the amount of population of people. And I think a lot of the heart behind veganism is understanding that these are living individuals, sentient beings that are valuable in and of themselves. And if we are going to believe that, then we need to treat them that way. We need to think of them in that way. And we need to stop thinking of them in the sense of as food and products and displays of entertainment for our pleasure. Like the whole idea of just exploiting them, that whole mindset does not need to be there. There are a lot of other ways that we can think about solving this problem. It's not, we either need to kill them to reduce their population, or we let their population grow to an outrageous degree and they overpopulate and destroy the ecology of the earth. There's a lot of other solutions in between there. And when we have one or the other kind of mindset, I think it sets us up to failure.
And so actually that is robbing an animal of a life which, from a natural perspective would be much longer than it would have been if they hadn't been hunted. So I think that's potentially when one of the moral aspects of hunting becomes slightly tenuous, is the argumentation that's used, I don't think actually plays out in the actions they partake in.
It's like a reverse natural selection. Instead of the survival of the fittest, it's the exact opposite. It's survival of the weakest, because hunters are picking off the strong and well-suited. It's quite disastrous to the ecosystem.
I mean, what's fascinating is they've seen in certain species of wild animals that genetic traits have gone in the opposite direction of what you'd expect. So their horns have become smaller because it's seen as less desirable. So evolution has taken over in a different way, where it's trying to stop these animals from looking or being as desirable as they.
That doesn't really make sense to me, though, because evolution doesn't really work that fast. I'm very skeptical of that claim, because evolution is something that takes like hundreds of thousands of years in order for it to be visually seen. Now, there are adaptations that can happen quicker, but it's not an evolutionary change. It's more of a dominant trait versus non-dominant trait. So those traits are already there, but their actualization has not been had. It's a potentiality in the genetic chain. So I could see that maybe being what he's talking about, but like genetic mutation, it doesn't work that fast, especially when we're talking about adaptation to environment in terms of genetic mutation. So I'm kind of skeptical on that claim, but I mean, if you guys know what he's talking about, definitely send me the article.
Would have been, if evolution had continued in the path, the linear path, it would have done.
And it's interesting when when you consider the element of people liking to claim that this stuff is natural. It's like, well, in many ways, it's not just unnatural; it's exactly unnatural. It's the exact opposite of what a process of natural selection would be doing. Not, of course, that nature would be a good thing to appeal to when trying to judge our ethical conduct.
Is it? Well, okay, that gets to an interesting point of like, what do you mean by natural? Like, one of the things that that a lot of evolutionary biologists speculate on is like, why does a peacock have colorful feathers to show, right? And you might say, well, it's to attract females. Okay, but why does that attract the females? Because the reason why certain things are physically attractive to the other sex is generally because it's an indicator of something that is good in a partner. But we have not been able to find a sufficient reason as to why peacocks' feathers are colorful and spread out in such a way that would make them a target to predators. So there's a few instances of that in evolutionary biology that a lot of people are really curious about, and we don't really have a very good answer to. So just because it seems unnatural or unintuitive does not make it necessarily unnatural. To be fair, we've been hunting for millions of years. They have definitely had time to evolve in response to us. Like, that's fair. But we've been hunting for millions of years as like lions have been hunting for millions of years. And like us humans have only evolved about, like modern human evolved about 300,000 years ago. And so if you're going to say that, I think what he's referring to is modern hunting as presented from like civilization, which has only really existed for, I mean, if you're a fan of Göbekli Tepe, for about 11,000 years, we can be as liberal with that as possible. Society has not really existed until about 11,000 years ago. That's definitely not enough time for evolution to start kicking in and see visual traits from it. So I think that's my main thing, is like, in terms of a civilized version of it, right? There's hunting obviously in the wild, and humans hunted for millions of years. Well, hundreds of thousands of years. And prior to that, human-like hominins hunted before that, right? Like the Denisovans and things like that. But what I'm trying to get at is the civilized hunting practices, where we're searching for these animals to be hunted for our own, credibility rather than for survivability. That I don't think is practiced in natural hunting, and is what he's referring to. And so I don't think that that's been happening for millions of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. But I mean, you bring up a good point, but I don't think that's what he's talking about here.
conduct
Certainly
anyway.
not.
I guess I'm interested in seeing what your principled position is here, just to kind of round up this particular problem, which is, I guess, is it always the case that the action you take that results in the least amount of animal suffering and or death is the vegan action? Or are there situations in which you could potentially, at least in principle, be responsible for more animal death and suffering?
Sorry, I just saw your comment. You said, maybe I misunderstood his claim. I thought he was saying that animals have adapted to look less appealing to humans, which doesn't require societies at all. That's a fair point. Is it because of humans? Well, okay, he's talking about hunting for animals in their prime rather than, picking off the weaklings like deer and stuff. And I think the reason we hunt for animals in their prime rather than go for the easy animals is because we no longer have to hunt for the weakling animals, because we have civilized versions of livestock and crop production, animal production. We have these systems to feed us without needing to hunt. And so, and that's what came from civilization. We had hunter-gatherer, and then we became a civilization, and so we no longer needed to hunt. And so because of that, hunting became more of a sport rather than a necessity. And if it's a sport, then it's more likely that you'll hunt for boasting potential, show off the horns, put together a stuffed version of some of these animals. So that was kind of my thought process behind it. But what you do say though is you do bring up a good point. Potentially he might be referring to the use of tools in hunting, which we don't really see other animals do. They mainly just hunt as packs and use their own sort of natural teeth and claws and things like that. Whereas animals, as well as previous hominins, subspecies of the Homo sapien, they did use tools as well. So maybe that's what it is, which would have made hunting a little bit easier and making hunting for these prime age animals a little bit easier. I could see your point there. So adapting to human hunting rather than civilized sport hunting. So I don't know which exactly he's referring to there. You might be right. So interesting point though.
But be vegan. This is I guess the problem. I guess it's kind of an objection to this idea of defining people as vegan only if they don't eat animal products, is that if there happened to arise a situation in which it genuinely were the case that by eating an egg, eating a bit of chicken, something like this, it contributed to less animal suffering than eating some kind of vegan alternative did. And you're right that maybe we should be eating in such a way as to vote for the future that we want, right? But in the situation that that person is in right there in that particular decision, is it the case that a person can kind of kill more animals and say it's the more vegan thing to do? Because for me, that just seems a little strange.
And it seems counterintuitive, right? I'm hesitant to make a declaration one way or the other. I'm hesitant to make the declaration in saying that is not true, because I think it can be dangerous to have definitive opinions on something when it's hard to be able to categorically state why that would be the case, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Now, I guess theoretically, if it was that, let's say, harming this one chicken meant that 10 fewer chickens were killed overall, I guess a kind of utilitarian perspective would say that was the preferable thing to do. But I guess I'm not sure where that situation necessarily exists. Even with the case of hunting, you kill one elk, hunters will make the claim, well, that elk feeds me for a year. And that may well be true, but it's also not the only food you're consuming.
Yes.
So I guess theoretically, if being a carnivore was this healthy, amazing thing to do, and killing one elk fed you for an entire year, well, maybe there's some argument there, but that's just not the reality that we live in. So I don't think I can't think of a tangible example which necessarily subscribes to what you were asking.
Yes.
Do you have any?
I don't have any that I would confidently say,
Yeah.
I know that this results in less suffering. I think the reason why it's useful to talk about it is because a lot of the time people make an argument that there's some particular form of vegan action that actually kills more animals, you know, oh, eating plants kills more animals, this kind of thing. And there are two discussions to
Yeah, I've definitely heard those arguments. I remember I I was watching a video. This guy, he's a carnivore diet advocate, and he was sharing a lot about why he thinks it's the good thing, it's the more natural thing for humans and stuff like that. And so I was kind of hearing him out in his video, and then I sent a message kind of explaining some of the reasons why I didn't fully agree, but I appreciated him like sharing his opinion. And he actually responded to me. And one of the things he said was that, did you know that in crop production, more animals are killed than if you became a carnivore and just ate enough meat that would fill up a single cow or a single bull? Because that's all the meat you're going to eat in total in a carnivore diet. And I was like, that is such a... Like, first off, how do you prove that? Second off, I think it's very crazy statement because it assumes a few things. First, it assumes that when you get the meat from like beef and start eating it throughout an entire year, maybe you eat enough meat to fill one cow, right? But that meat came not just from one cow, it came from many cows, and you're feeding a process that harms and exploits and kills more than just one cow. Maybe if you did go out and hunt and, you know, store all of the, you know, muscle from that cow, all that flesh, and in your fridge and just ate it over the course of a year, maybe your argument would stand. And that's still a maybe, because I don't think thinking of animals in this way is the best way to think about them. But maybe your argument would stand. But the reality is you're going to the grocery store and you're buying this flesh at the grocery store. And it's not coming from one cow. It's coming from hundreds of cows. In fact, one packet of ground beef is probably not just from one cow. It's from multiple cows. And not to mention, you are giving money to not just the meat industry, but also the dairy industry, which isn't just about killing the cows. It's about emotionally damaging and harming the cows and the calves in a exploitive process that I think all of us would be very much so against. And we ignore it because we think that cows produce milk without having to get pregnant. So, yeah, I mean, when I read that response, I didn't end up really commenting because I didn't want to get into a big fight in the YouTube comments, because I don't think that really helps at all. But I was just like, this is absurd, guys. This is crazy. So it really all comes back to consequentialism versus deontology. Is it principally, categorically wrong to kill and eat an animal, or should we try and minimize animal suffering? Curious on my position. I mean, I am more of a consequentialist in general. I think morals make the most sense in that way. But in practice, my actual practice, like daily life, I'm definitely not a consequentialist. I'm a, deontologist. Actually, I wouldn't even say I'm a deontologist. I'm more of a emotivist, honestly, than anything else. Which I agree with kind of Alex's perspective on emotivism. So, but I think the ontological perspective in this case is something that I think is more important, because when we strictly stick to consequentialism, we are, I think, ignoring things that we intuitively accept in regular society. The practice I like to do a lot is, if you were to apply this to a human, I usually only use this in conversations with other vegans. I'm not going to use this if I'm talking to someone who is not vegan, because I don't think the conversation would go anywhere. But in terms of addressing this question, though, I think in terms of whether I would apply this to a human, and my reasoning for that is not necessarily consequential. It's more rights-based. It's more just ontologically, humans have value that should not be exploited or caused for suffering, right? And if animals also feel suffering, then they should not be exploited in ways that we would not want humans to be exploited. Now, I mean, ontologically, I don't think we can base morality at all. I think morality is subjective at its base. I don't think it's built into the ontological structure of things. But I am someone who is a proponent of a goals-based morality. And so I think, which I guess is more of the consequentialist, but with goals and with societies that we have built, I think there is a sense of rights, and we can almost think of it as ontological rights in that way. So that was not very clear explanation, but there are some important differences. Consequentialism, vegan would be okay with the experimentation of an invasive species, for instance, while a deontological vegan would not. Yeah, that's actually interesting. I don't know how my perspective on that. I guess it's a topic in veganism I haven't actually explored enough. So that's a very interesting point. So I have thought about, and obviously we wouldn't consider this a sentient being, but it is a being and it is alive. But like smallpox, we consider the eradication of a virus like smallpox as a good thing, even though technically we're eradicating an entire species in doing so. So is that right or wrong? I mean, I would still say that that's right, but that gets into the sentience of it. Like, is something like smallpox sentient? And I don't think we can make a case that it is. So in an invasive species like that, I would agree. But maybe like an invasive species like the Japanese beetle or something like that. There was a beetle here in the Midwest, the Japanese beetle, that was causing a lot of harm to trees here. And in the Midwest, the state I'm in Nebraska, we're known for Arbor Day because we had very few natural trees, which was terrible for our ability to function and live here. And so we planted a lot of trees. And Arbor Days actually came from that process of planting trees here in Nebraska. And so you can see why it would be a major problem, especially in this state, for the Japanese beetle to come in and invade the area and kill a lot of the trees. And so at the time when this was happening a few years ago, I wasn't vegan. And so I was very much pro eradicating the Japanese beetles. And I think I would still be pro, but I'd have to think about my answer to that a little bit more. And I would probably assume that the Japanese beetle is sentient. I think they have the ability to feel pleasure and pain. I don't know that, but I think they do. So
to have about that. The first is to say, like, yes, it does, or no, it doesn't. The second is to say, well, if it does or if it doesn't, does that matter in terms of what our practice should be? It seems to me that, like, I would agree with you that in the vast majority of cases, at least,
Yeah.
It is actually the case that being a vegan is going to harm less animals. That's kind of our thing.
Sure, yeah.
But I would quite trivially, in my view, accept the condition.
you're not dragging us off topic. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, this is really good because I want to learn more. I mean, as you know, I'm new to veganism, so this is a very interesting topic that I'd definitely be looking into some more. So I want to do. I have a video idea planned. I don't know when I'm gonna end up releasing it, but I don't know if you're a fan of One Piece at all, but I'm a big fan of the show One Piece, and one thing that I've noticed, the major bad guys in the show are the celestial dragons, right? If you've ever seen the show. And they are basically people who live just extravagant lives. They don't ever worry about anything. They have everything fed and given to them, right? And they live at the top of the world, and they, live off the backs of slaves and people in just being exploited and stuff like that. And they don't even worry about it. They don't even see it. But they just like live these extravagant lives with these people being exploited as such for their sake. And so I want to make a video to kind of make a correlation between those two things and that and veganism. Because I do think in a sense we are a lot like the celestial dragons, because we being like societally cause a lot of harm. And it's not even just veganism, like it's like smartphones, Teslas, if you buy any car with like a lithium battery, not lithium, what's the word I'm looking for? Blank on the word, but that's to me, that's the part of it as well. Haven't seen One Piece yet due to the time commitment, but I've heard good things. Yeah, dude, it's good. It's really good. Highly recommend. I wasn't even into anime when I got into it. And now I'm kind of into anime a little bit. So, but yeah, highly recommend. Definitely, it's probably my favorite show that I've ever seen. And that's saying something. It's really good.
Conditional, that if a particular action results in less animal suffering and death, that is just going to be the right course to take. And so I agree with you that it seems like you're implying that maybe you agree with me there that conditionally it would be the case if it caused more animal suffering, that would be the wrong thing to do. But because that never materializes, it kind of doesn't matter.
Well, I think it would be strange to say that the reason we're vegan is to reduce animal suffering, but then take the approach that abiding by, I suppose, a definition or a concept of what being a vegan means more generically. I don't think that should be more important than actually abiding by the philosophy of reducing suffering.
Right.
Because then we're using veganism as an identity, and we're saying that identity is more important than the actual philosophy behind it. So I think theoretically, yes, that there is an argument that could be made there, which it feels weird to say, but we do live in an imperfect world. And so even with most moral discussions, there are nuances and situations that don't neatly fit into where we'd like them to fit. So I guess theoretically what you're saying is probably true, but of course in real terms, we would agree that the vast majority of cases, at least the ones that we partake in every single day, the choices that we have, it's relatively clear cut what does cause or reduce suffering the most.
Yeah, to me, it's like, let's not get caught up too much on these like nuanced, like ideas. Like we should talk about nuance, but like let's not get caught up with these like niche situations. I think that's really what he's getting at. When reality is most of us can be healthy and eat a vegan diet, and it's not going to be a crazy sacrifice for ourselves, and it will benefit animals. Like if that is the case for you, like it is in 99.999% of the cases, then why are we bringing up these niche cases? You know what I mean? Not to say that they don't happen, but I do think sometimes we do get caught up in these new niche cases when we can really be having more interesting discussion. So, yeah, like consequentialism versus deontology. That's an interesting discussion right there.
I think one thing that I think is interesting actually, and one thing that I think we need more transparency over with food in general is the production of food. And I guess what I mean by that is there are obviously some foods, plant foods, that are going to cause more suffering than others. You know, take iceberg lettuce, for example. I mean, iceberg lettuce has next to no calories. Nutritionally is rubbish. So what's the benefit of eating iceberg lettuce? Because if animals are dying in the production of iceberg lettuce, but it also offers us as humans basically nothing, even from a flavor perspective. I mean, what even, you know, it doesn't offer anything. Morally, why would we produce that? So really, I suppose what would be interesting is looking at the caloric and nutritional density of foods and then making decisions around that, you know, opting to consume things like brown rice, for example, or, you know, kale, because they're very nutritionally dense foods.
I like that. I've actually been throwing in lettuce into some of my sandwiches for packed lunches. So that's actually, that's good to know. I didn't really think too much about that. I like that. I think that's probably a good way to think about it. Similar to my perspective too, there are definitely some confusing situations to sort through, but broadly we know what the right answer is. Yeah, and I agree. I think it's good to do like ad absurdums in philosophy. So I don't think it's wrong for Alex to bring it up here, because ad absurdums like push a philosophical idea to its like extreme to see if it tests water. And I think veganism mostly does. I think there's certain circumstances where it may not exactly apply in these kind of odd situations, but the fact that it mostly does apply and it applies broadly to most situations, we shouldn't let the ad absurdums stop us from becoming vegan. So that's kind of my perspective. Just like I would say there's probably ad absurdum versions of a society where slavery would be the better outcome than having a society without slavery, right? Broadly, in pretty much every situation, slavery should be outlawed and should be considered wrong. Yeah, there's maybe some situations that you can bring up where it would be better to have slavery than not, but that doesn't mean that we should have slavery. That just means that in those niche kind of crazy situations, maybe, yeah, it should be acceptable. But those things rarely ever occur or happen. And even if you're in a situation like that, that doesn't mean that with forward thinking, we can't move past that. So, yeah, that's my thought.
Over foods that are less nutritionally dense, because that way we can get more, but also reduce suffering overall. So I guess what I'm saying is that we should probably look towards in the future the different plant foods and the scale of suffering they cause. You know, for example, foods grown on trees require less fertilizers, of course. You know, you don't have animals being harmed during the harvesting because you're just plucking avocados or apples or oranges from trees. So morally speaking, that is probably preferable to a food that's grown in the ground and is churned up using a combine harvester. So I think that there is an interesting discussion there about, you know, how we should segregate plant foods and the morality.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who are like fruitarians and stuff as well, which I think is interesting. I know Alex talked about. That's another one I haven't looked into too much, but my question is, I wonder how nutritiously filling it is and calorically satisfying. But it's definitely very little to no harm involved, which is pretty cool.
of certain plant foods, because it seems fairly obvious to me that they're not all equal when it comes to, the morality of the consumption.
That's interesting. I can imagine in a world where there were no animal agriculture directly, but animals were still killed in crop production, maybe the equivalent of us would be people who are trying to raise awareness for this thing that they might call veganism, which is, the exclusion of animal suffering. So only eat those foods that don't cause animal death. They'd be advocating the same thing as we are right now. But instead of, don't force a pig into a gas chamber, it's like, don't use a combine harvester.
Right.
Oh, that stuff will kill you. There are always limits. Okay. I've heard that. It's something I haven't really looked into, but yeah, thank you. Obviously, don't do it if it will kill you. Oh my God. Some don't even pluck fruit off a tree. Yeah, I've heard that. They wait till it like falls off the tree because it's still killing it by plucking it off the tree, taking its life a little bit early. Wow, that is insane. So it's crazy. Hey,
right, there's kind of like a
if they feel convicted that way, I good on them for applying their conviction, but let's make sure you can live a healthy life and survive. So definitely
a second order discussion about reducing animal suffering in even plant-based agriculture. And I do want to talk about the methods involved, because one of the things that I think
that's a really interesting point, though. I especially with the iceberg lettuce and stuff like that. That's really interesting. I like
book
that.
is most useful for, especially for someone like me, is that you have a chapter, the third chapter, quite a chunky one, in which you basically just describe, quite dispassionately, you just explain what's actually happening to animals on factory farms. And it's like you don't even really need to make an argument as to why we should end it. It's kind of self-evident to anyone who reads it. I do want to talk about that. But just beforehand, you've mentioned reducing suffering a few times now. And I wonder, is that the vague principle that you're trying to live by here, reducing suffering? I guess the main debate that I'm trying to poke at here is between the consequentialists who think that we should reduce suffering and the deontologists who think that people have rights and animals have rights that are inviolable, even if it's going to cause less suffering. They have a right to something that you can't violate. I wonder what you're more kind of in line with.
But the problem I have, I suppose, with that idea is both seem inherently flawed. There seems to be fairly obvious logical inconsistencies with both. I mean, obviously, if you had to choose between killing 10 people and killing one person would be morally preferable. But at the same time, if the objective is to reduce suffering, how far do you take that? I suppose I use the phrasing reduce suffering, and I guess that is probably the principle I align with more. I don't think that there is anything categorically or always, well, there are some things, but I think by and large, most moral issues, there are situations where they could become justified. So I don't think it's very easy to say that everything is always categorically wrong.
Yeah.
Because there's probably always some hypothetical that you can think of where that action would be justified. So I think reducing suffering is probably the principle I live more in alignment with. But the question always is how far do you take that? Because, if we wanted to reduce suffering the most, then non-existence would be the furthest reduction of suffering possible. But I don't advocate for eugenics. I don't advocate for, the elimination of life, because the elimination of life would be the elimination of suffering. But that seems to be the logical conclusion to this pursuit of reducing suffering as much as is possible.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, a lot of people, for that reason, think that veganism of a kind, certainly consequentialist veganism, would entail, for instance, antinatalism.
Right,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
That it's immoral to have children because of the suffering that you're inflicting upon these beings, and the way to minimize suffering.
It's interesting, and with that kind of conversation too, I remember I was watching a video from Joey Kasparov, and one thing that he brought up in response to the consequentialist perspective is basically like, what if you were to get someone drunk? He's basically talking about date grape here, where you get someone drunk, get them unconscious, and then you take advantage of them. They don't feel it. They don't remember it. They wake up and nothing, it's like nothing ever happened, but benefit, you get the pleasure of, having your way with them. We would obviously say that that's wrong, but from a consequentialist perspective, we can't really say why that's wrong. We have to just say, well, that's just, that's wrong. Maybe you can make the argument, I just don't want to propagate a society where that's okay, where that is something that is fine. And so it opens the door to a society where it's okay to take advantage of people so long as they are unconscious. But I think it might speak to a different issue, which is potentially more deontological in nature. But I empathize a little bit more with what Ed says here, which is I don't want to say I'm either one of those camps, because I think there are problems with both of those camps. Like I just don't know how to ground morality in anything outside of suffering. Like a rights-based system, to me, it stops as soon as there is a system, or as soon as there is a group of people. But I still want to say that there's morality outside of a group. There's morality as individuals. And so that, I think, ultimately comes from the concept of pain and pleasure. So I guess that's kind of my perspective, is I wouldn't necessarily agree with either one, but I definitely want to look into it some more. Yeah, glad Alex pointed it out explicitly. Nobody's going to be able to defend the strong version of either position without sounding insane. So it's not really a fair point to put Ed in. Yeah, no, it's a good point.
In the most, let's say, reliable way would be to stop having children. I'm sure people would be interested in your views on that, but that's not, as you say, that's not something you advocate for. I think
it is something they discuss at the end of their previous podcast. So if you check out their previous podcast, you'll see them talk about this. And like, would you push a red button to eliminate all living humans, all living beings on planet Earth, if they were to be eradicated instantly without any pain? And Ed was like, I think I might. That's what he said at that conversation. And Alex was like, yeah, I think I would too. And I just remember hearing this and I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. But it's an interesting conversation, to say the least.
Be almost unfair to press you on that right now. But I think it would be interesting to see if you're thinking, let's say, consistently in terms of which moral principle you use with humans and animals. Mm-hmm. So a common consequentialist problem is to say, as you say, if you have to kill one person or kill 5 people on the famous trolley tracks, you probably want to kill the one instead of the 5. Yeah. And yet you can't harvest one person's organs in order to save the 5, right? And so this is fairly well-trodden material, yet in an animal context, I wonder if you'd think the same. So if you have to kill 1 pig or 5 pigs, we'd probably want to kill 1 pig. Yeah. But if you had the opportunity to harvest 1 pig's organs in order to save 5 other pigs, do you think there's a difference here and that might actually be okay? Or would you say, similarly like the human case, no, that pig has a right to not be violated in that way, and so we'll let the 5 die?
I think I would still agree that it's not okay to violate the 1 pig to allow the other 5 to survive. There's something wrong with intentionally taking a life like that. I find that problematic.
It's a really good question. I guess, so I suppose of a human term, you would say it's not morally justified to find a homeless person who has no family, no social connections, and harvest their organs to save 5 other humans who have, big families and, have all of these, wonderful connections in life. You would still say that was wrong, right? Well, at least I believe that to be the case. So I guess it comes down to that notion of intrinsic worth, doesn't it? And intrinsic rights and value. Yeah,
so this is where we seem to align more with the rights position, at least in a human context. And this is why, so I made a video not long ago in which I ruffled a few feathers, if you'll pardon the dying metaphor, because I said that I'm not sure I can commit myself to the view that animals, non-human animals, have a right to life, at least in the same way that humans do. And I guess the reason for that is I thought, well, why is it that we would think it's wrong to kill the homeless person with no friends and family? Well, maybe it's because they just have an inviolable claim not to be killed unnecessarily, or something like that,
Sure.
you know? And you make exceptions for self-defense and this kind of stuff. So unnecessarily killing them. They just have a right not to have that done. Even if it doesn't have an effect on suffering, you just have a right to this. And so I can't kill the homeless person. But equally, if the only way for me to feed myself were to kill another human being, to either steal their food or eat their flesh or something, if that were the only way that I were able to feed myself, I think this right to life idea says that I can't do that to a human. I can't go and kill a human to steal food from their pantry so that I can feed myself, even if I need to in order to survive. Because they.
And the reason, though, is because we live in a society. To me, as soon as we have a civilization, that means we have rights. Because in order for there to be a right, there has to be a third party overlooking the situation that says both parties have rights to themselves, right? But as soon as we don't live in a society and, you know, we're in this situation where it's in the wild, you're starving and you need food, right? If you're living in a place, right, then it is the requirement of the government, the societal governmental body, to make sure that the people there are sustained and helped and aided in crises like he's talking about, like starvation. We consider societies corrupt when they do not do this. This is why we consider a society like North Korea to be corrupt and evil. So rights are ways in order to help societies thrive. It helps us make sure that communities are not being led down into things that are ill-natured, right? Similar to how we might think of laws, right? We construct laws in a society in order to make sure that moral desires are upheld, that the desires of the individual people making up the society are upheld, and justice can thrive, that people can live free of worrying about being exploited and abused and injured and blah, 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 blah. All of that comes as soon as there's a society. But as soon as there's no society, I still think there's morals, but I don't think that there's individual rights anymore. Because individual rights are the responsibility of the government to be upheld and to enforce that over its citizens. But as soon as there is no governmental third party taking care of the situation, well, then there is no rights. And thus, I think if you were starving in a situation like that, that it would be fine to kill someone for their food. But in another situation where you are in a civilization, well, then that is the government's fault for that being the case. And that person has a right bestowed onto them as a result of being a participant in that society. And the government has a responsibility to protect that right. Now, I understand that we don't live in a perfect world. I just gave an example where a government exploits their people and does not uphold these essential rights to a functional society. And so I think in those situations, it's okay as a citizen, as a participant in that society, to rebel against your government because they are not upholding the basis of a society, which is to make sure that your people have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I don't know if it has to be those ones. We could probably agree on ones that are maybe a little bit more dispersed, but that's what it is here in America. as it was originally stated, life, liberty, and property. But again, I think life is probably the basic one that we can all agree on. Humans have a right to life, and that's got to be at the basis to every single society. And then you can maybe elaborate a little bit more and have a little bit more nuance and discussion on the other ones. So that's my take.
They have a right. The issue is that if we say that animals have a similar right to life, then, well, if I can't kill a human being to feed myself, even when it's necessary to do so, why do I have the right to buy vegan food that involves animal death to feed myself? Because, of course, it's necessary for me to eat something, but if the only way I can eat, at least as things stand right now, because you're right, like it's a contingent problem, one day this won't be an issue, but today, if an animal has a right to life, we could say, well, we wish we lived in a world where that didn't need to be violated in order for me to eat, but it stands that today you do need to violate that right, potentially, I might be wrong about that, in order to feed yourself. And it seems to me that if we were to attribute the same right to life to those non-humans, we'd be in big trouble. We'd have to starve ourselves. And if we want to say that we can't kill the human...
See, I don't think we would have to starve ourselves, though, in that situation. That's a systemic problem that should be fixed. But in a situation like that, I mean, for instance, we all use cell phones. We all have smartphones, and that exploits human dignity and human rights, and probably leads to death for a lot of people through the mining industries. I mean, it's built on the backs of slavery. A lot of the products we were buying from China, they were built in sweatshops. If you buy products from Vietnam or from India, that is happening in those locations as well. So it's not like these situations aren't happening with humans. They are happening with humans, and they're wrong, and we should affect that. We should make change for that. But does that mean we need to starve ourselves to death? No, it doesn't. And I think it's the same with animals here. So I don't see an inconsistency there.
To feed ourselves, but we can kill the rodents to feed ourselves. We're committed to we're committed to the view then that these animals don't have a right to life in the way that humans do.
But I suppose the question is, on what grounds would it be immoral to harm a human if you had to survive? Because if humans have a right to life, then that also applies to yourself. So
Yeah.
you are, I suppose, giving away your rights to honor the rights of someone else.
Yeah, there's a whole like body of literature on the philosophy of rights, and I think so. For instance, a distinction you might make is that the right to life is not a right to have your life preserved at all costs. Right?
Okay.
It's not like you don't have the right. You don't have a claim upon other people that they must do everything they can to keep you alive in all circumstances. It's more like you have a right for them not to kill you. So going and eating food is more like a kind of preservation thing. It's like, well, the life that I'm kind of preserving here is not, I'm not stopping something from killing me. I'm kind of keeping myself going. Whereas to go and kill somebody for food is something that you do. There might be a difference there. I'm not really sure. I guess I'm just interested in what your intuitions say, because it seems to me you're right that like sometimes we want to appeal to suffering, sometimes we want to appeal to right to life, and it seems to me that underlying all of this is essentially intuition. We just say, well, let's think of this particular situation. Let's see how we'd compare it to analogous situations and just see what our intuitions say. And I just wonder what you think there. Do you think animals have like an inviolable right to life in the same way that humans do?
I don't know if humans have that inviolable. Inviolable, is that the word you used?
Yes.
I don't even know if we do. Let's say, for example, on the table there is some food. You and I are in a similar situation. We both need that food. I think we would be morally justified to kill each other to get that food. I don't think that we would have an obligation, morally speaking, to back off and say, no, you have the food and I'll die.
Right.
So I'm not sure if I even subscribe to the idea that humans have that. And in a situation of, I guess,
dire need,
necessity for one's own survival, I think you could justify doing that.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably where that that probably makes it a little bit more consistent to have the view of animals that I do have. I just don't think that there is anything like intrinsic rights for anyone. I mean, who ordains that? Who grants that? Why do we have that other than the fact that we are humans and so we believe ourselves to possess something that other animals don't have? But sure, that's just coming from a place of ego rather than anything more objective.
Yes. So this would be the other prong of the forks, because if you have this issue that I said you're basically committed to a view, but you're not. There are kind of two options here. You can either say, okay, non-humans don't have a right to life and humans do, or you can say, well, I guess no one has an inviolable right then. I mean, for what it's worth, I think that the two ways around this problem that rights theorists will take is some of them say what you seem to be implying, which is that actually, if there are such things as rights, sometimes they can be overridden. Sometimes they just can be violated ethically. Others will say, no, like the definition of a right is that it cannot be violated, but it's a view called specificationism, where they say that the right to life is just a shorthand for what the actual right itself is, like this kind of book length, highly specified, like exact conditions and stuff. And it seems intuitive.
See, I think that's interesting, but I don't buy that, because I think morality is a lot more, like we're talking about here, intuitive. It's not a list of, is it this in this specific circumstance? Is it this in this specific circumstance? Like, it's not intellectual. I don't think at its basis, morality is not intellectual. I think it's emotional, and it's an emotional cue into some sort of evolutionary advantage or disadvantage at its roots. And so I think ethics and morality is different in that. Ethics is our logical connection to an intuition, but morality as a thing is intuition. And so as soon as you start defining morality through the practice of ethics as specific logical situations and things like that, I think that can be problematic. That's why I think it's interesting, and I like the sentiment behind it, but I just don't think it actually adequately explains what it is at its basis.
Actually, it's like when a case goes to the court, when you have two rights in conflict and the courts decide what they think is right and set a legal precedent. Like, I guess they would interpret that as discovering the next kind of little qualification in the rights. But I think you're right that you're being consistent by just saying that humans don't have that right either. I think that's fine. That the issue is with that if you're saying that, well, no one actually has a right to life, maybe the reason we talk about rights is because it's like a useful concept to act more morally, to reduce more suffering, this kind of thing. The issue you then have is, I mean, obviously you have the rather large problem of why is it wrong to kill the homeless person with no friends, but I guess more relevantly, why is it wrong to kill the pig with no friends?
I guess the way I feel about it is maybe I'm taking the stance of I don't believe that there's any God-given rights that we have, that we don't have any rights just by the virtue of being a human or being a pig or being a cow, but the fact that being a human, being a pig, being a cow means that we have certain characteristics and capacities. And so the right to have a life with, as far as is possible and practicable, the avoidance of exploitation and pain comes from the sentience that we possess. So I guess to go back to what you were saying about animals and, if animals have the right to life, therefore we would have to starve. I guess my views are that the levels of sentience animals have somewhat determines the rights that they should have. So for example, if we take a chicken and a human in a situation we had to choose between one or the other would have more moral worth or more right to life because of their increased sentience. But a chicken or an aphid or a chicken and an ant, you would choose the chicken because the chicken has an increased sense of sentience and capacity to experience. So I guess that's where I think that the moral wrong comes from. It's the capacities that we have as individuals, human or non-human, that grants us the right to not have these things happen to us rather than anything that's kind of like intrinsically given to us.
Right. I'm interested in this question of relative levels of sentience and how it affects our moral assessment of different animals, because I actually have a quote from your book, which I noted down because I wanted to ask you about it, where you said, quote, favoring one's own species in a situation where you had to choose between saving a member of your own species or a different one could, of course, be morally justified. You said quite confidently. And I was going to ask you about that, and it seems like you've preempted that by answering that the reason why that's the case is because we have a higher level of sentience.
Yes.
So it's not got something to do with the right to put oneself first or something like that. It's just because we have a higher capacity for feeling pain or something like this.
Not just the sensation of pain, but I guess the consequence of what that death would mean to others. So, if you or I were to die, the suffering that would presumably cause would extend further than just the individual experience we have of that death, but have gone to our friends, our family, the people within our lives. And so I guess that the suffering caused by the death of a human is presumably not just worse for the individual, but also is further reaching than just that individual human. And I guess let's say you have a situation where it's your own companion animal, dog, for example, and a human you've never met, who you never will meet, who's on the other side of the world. I guess quite naturally we would want to save our dog because we have a connection with the dog, but from a moral perspective, it would probably, at least using the logic that I've adhered to this point, you would opt to save the human on the other side of the world who you've never met because of these things I guess we're discussing now.
Yeah. Are you ever worried or suspicious of the fact that, though we like to talk about chickens having less sentience or something like this, sometimes I worry if we can be so confident about this.
Sure,
I mean, as Peter Singer observes in Animal Liberation, which is I should say the second best book on veganism currently available in print. He says, well, look, we accept that a hawk's eyesight is far more acute and intense than we're even capable of imagining. Why? Well, because evolutionarily, it makes sense for these creatures to be more sense dependent.
Yeah.
Dogs experience smell far more intensely and acutely than we are even capable of imagining, because evolutionarily they have good reason to. Human beings evolved rationality, reason, and on an evolutionary picture, the reason for that would be because it helps them to survive. So we can avoid those things that harm us, not just by touching it and going, ow, but also by our reason to say, we know from memory, we know that this kind of thing.
That's a pretty good point, Thomas. It's a weird perspective because it seems like people who have a larger social network have more ethical, valuable lives than people who don't, concerning implications. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting one. I think one thing I understood, and this gets to the idea of suffering, there's degrees of suffering. So in humans, we have the first degree of suffering, which is the pain felt from some sense of suffering. And then there is the thinking about and the anxiety and the thinking about the suffering, basically. That is something that is very human. I don't think we have reason to think it isn't in animals, but we know that it's in humans. So it is something to be considered, and it's something that would emphasize the suffering of a human over another species. But you bring up a good point. It's like, okay, well, if we're going to keep on that point, like someone who's really popular and well-loved, does that mean it is worse to kill them than it is to kill someone who maybe has no more connections in life and things like that? And that's interesting. I actually think I might actually agree with that, though, because like, and to me, it's obviously in both cases it's bad, right? But if I had to choose one or the other, I think I would choose to kill someone who probably wouldn't have as much of a impact in their death. Obviously, I wouldn't want to kill either one because I think they're both bad situations. But if I had to choose one or the other, I think I would. Because like, I also think another aspect of it is like potentiality, right? I would say that it's preferable for someone who's older or elderly to pass away than it is for a child to pass away, because there's a lot of potential future hope and experiences for them. They have the potential of bringing other humans into life, whereas a elderly person who is close to death is, doesn't have a lot left to leave behind in their death, or a lot left to experience in a life. So I think those probably are things to track. Now the degree of value that it brings, probably not as much, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm really just thinking about it now, but I think in terms of social value, that might have a part of it. Maybe I'm wrong. Be careful justifying moral stances through either or choices. I might save my brother over a stranger, but that doesn't mean my brother is more ethically valuable than the stranger. Alex, it's inherently contrary to a rights-based approach. Also, sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, and again, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm either rights-based or consequentialist, because I think it's more, yeah, I don't think it's either or. I don't really know exactly what to classify it as. It's kind of one of those things, you know it as you see it, like pornography or whatever. But with your example about the like saving your brother over saving another human being, that I think gets into the more moral aspect of things rather than the ethical. And obviously they're intertwined. Like, our morals help to define our ethical discussion, but I think at the end of the day, ethics is a different thing than morality. Morality is the practice of ethics, or maybe better put, ethics is the discussion of morality, whereas morality is the practice itself. And I think the practice itself, as I've stated before, is largely illogical. It's not really based in logic. I think it's based in an evolutionary process that has been adapted. And so in the circumstance that you bring up between the brother and a stranger, I think that highlights the illogical nature to morality, to the practice of ethics. We do try to, and I think it's good that we have discussions about ethics and things like that. But in terms of, is that truly what morality is at its basis? I don't think that is what morality is at its basis. I think morality is an expression of an emotion in a certain circumstance. And the emotion of that circumstance would be, oh, I don't want my brother to die, versus, yeah, I'd prefer the other guy to die, so I think that's what that's really getting at. Obviously, we don't want to be making decisions based on those moral instincts, but I do want to say that the moral instincts help us understand our ethical dialogue. And so in a circumstance like that, that's kind of what I think it means. Yeah, people do use them interchangeably, and I think that's why we have that distinction between the two.
Leads to this, and we should avoid it. That's why it's there.
Yeah.
In other words, because we have rationality evolutionarily, we need to rely less on our crude sensory experience. So if these other animals are actually more reliant upon their senses and less reliant on their rationality, then maybe the very thing that we're trying to use to say they feel less pain, which is that they have a lower intellectual capacity or something like that, actually means that experientially, just as a dog experiences smell more strongly than we do, maybe they experience pain more strongly than we do. I wonder what you think of that, and the conditional of, if that were the case, if we somehow proved it, would you therefore say that a chicken has more moral worth than a human?
I've used this argument before about pain, and I guess when I'm discussing this, I don't necessarily mean that the capacity to feel pain is potentially more prevalent in humans. I think there's a very reasonable and logical case that actually humans have the capacity to experience pain less than other animals, because I think our cognition allows us to psychologically distance ourselves from the experience. We can distract ourselves with thought. We are understanding, or we have an awareness that pain will end, even if that means death. We know that it isn't an eternal feeling, that have some sort of end point. And I guess an animal.
Yeah, he brings up a lot of good points there. That's something I'll talk about every once in a while. We have the ability to detach ourselves from pain. You can sing a song. You can think about a lovely situation in your life. We also know that lesser pains can distract from more severe pains. We have medications. We have a knowledge that I can take on this pain for a certain degree of time to get a certain end that I desire. So yeah, there's a lot of ways here, I think.
Animal who maybe doesn't have an awareness of death, or obviously doesn't know about painkillers, or maybe because of their cognition lives more in the moment, is more kind of focused because evolutionary, they're pre-animal. And
what are your thoughts on levels of sentience? Yeah, I mean, I think levels of sentience exist, but we have to try and understand what do we mean by sentience and the particulars of it. So I think an aspect of sentience is the desire to live, right? So if an animal has a desire to live, then it is sentient. But where does that desire come from? Well, that desire to live comes from the evolutionary process. I think another aspect of sentience, though, that's very important is the ability to feel pain, to experience pain, and then the ability to experience pleasure. So those, to me, seem to be the main three pillars of sentience, which is how I would categorize that as different than consciousness. So those are the three main pillars of sentience. And working off of that, we then have to answer the question of what improves those three pillars and what does not improve those three pillars. And one of the things that I mentioned just now that I think makes us, I don't know if it makes us less sentient because it improves one of the pillars, but helps us not improve another pillar, is the idea to rationalize and to detach ourselves through our frontal lobe to not feel pain so intrusively. But on the other hand, it can enhance pain too, because now we're thinking about the pain itself and the consequences of potential pains in the future, and where the pain currently will lead, the potential outcomes of this suffering, right? So I think that's a kind of a double-edged sword. And so in a sense, it might level out. I don't know. It's kind of a tougher one, but Alex does bring up a few points that I think are interesting. The vision one of the hawks. Now you might say, well, that's kind of more sensory rather than sentient. And, but I think it is interesting because it does hit on a pillar, which is, how do we know that the restricted vision we have is leading us to not achieve potential pleasures that a hawk can perceive? Like, for instance, if I was blind, I would not be able to experience the awe of going to the Grand Canyon and seeing it and experiencing it. I can go there and maybe sense the depth perception in terms of not visual depth perception, but depth perception in terms of like balance. And maybe I could smell the fresh air and things like that. But my degree of pleasure from going to the Grand Canyon would be much less. And I wonder how much more the pleasure of the Grand Canyon would be from a bird's eye view. I mean, I think we have to conclude it would be better because people take helicopter rides over the Grand Canyon for a better experience. Now imagine we were hawks and we could do that at all times with so many different things. I think we would experience certain pleasures that we can't experience as humans. In addition to that, it's not just that they can fly, but they have better vision. And so their visual field can perceive and take in the sensory pleasure all the more, way more than we can. So, yeah, I think it's a lot more complicated than we like to think. Do you think a creature with higher levels of sentience is more valuable than a creature with less sentience? It's commonly called the unequal value hypothesis. Okay. Yeah, I mean, based on what I'm saying here, I would probably agree with that. But I think it's hard to calculate all of the given criteria for sentience in one go. I think we can list off some of the like basic ones, but what this conversation is leading to, I think, is a more in-depth analysis of criteria we potentially overlook a lot of the time. So that's what I would caveat it with. I would agree, but with the caveat that I don't think we can objectively do that. I hope that we can maybe take steps in that direction. And there are animals I want to say are probably not sentient at all. People bring up oysters as a potential animal, like sea creature that doesn't even have sentience. There doesn't seem to be any reaction, any sense of a nervous system or pain or anything like that. So its ability to feel pain and experience pleasure seems to be potentially nothing. Of course, can we objectively say that that is the case? No, we don't know for an objective fact that that is the case. But I think it is something to be considered. And I think we can have a degree of confidence in saying that. That's what makes all this so complex. I'll stop. Yeah, no, it's fine. You don't have to stop interrupting. I think these are pretty interesting topics. I do appreciate you bringing them up.
They have to be in the zone, ready, kind of, hyper aware of what's around them. There is probably the argument that they experience pain more because psychologically speaking, there's an extra element of fear that comes with not knowing if it will end. The inability to distance oneself psychologically from the experience you're having could potentially mean that you're trapped in that sensation in a way that you and I as humans potentially have the luxury of avoiding it, as severely.
Yeah.
So actually, I think there is a good case that non-human animals can experience pain more than we can, or at least, that the isolated feeling of pain in a specific moment. There's different types of pain, emotional pain of such, of course. So I guess it's not so much about the pain, but I guess it's more about the sentience in other ways. I suppose the ability to fear death, the ability to have an awareness of what will be lost, things that maybe we as humans have an increased ability to understand and rationalize. Those things create a life that is, I don't want to use this phrasing, but I guess this is where I'm going to, kind of quote unquote more worth living, because the ability to gain something from it and the ability to experience, is probably more prevalent in a human than within other animals. And I feel a little bit, I don't really like what I'm saying because it feels a little bit like I'm degrading non-human animals more than I would like to.
Yeah.
And I'm always very wary of placing humans on some sort of pedestal because I think for the most part it is somewhat unwarranted. But I guess inadvertently by creating a hierarchy of sentience, I'm doing that as a natural thing, which leaves me feeling, I suppose, a little bit conflicted about But again, it comes down to what we were saying earlier about veganism and the reduction of suffering. And is it more important to be philosophically right, or at least not philosophically, but at least logically right, or ideologically motivated? Because ideologically, it would be very simple for me to say, no, all animals are, the same right to life as a human, because ideologically that fits more in with the philosophy of being vegan. But maybe realistically, there is, of course, somewhat more of a worth of life hierarchy, if you like.
Yeah.
But maybe, just to kind of finish the point, maybe there isn't so much of a distinction between humans and cows and humans and whales, of course. The distinction more is between humans and insects and crop farming, or humans and, say, plant life, which, of course, plants are alive but are not sentient in any way that we recognize as being morally relevant. So I guess the differentiation in that hierarchy is less about where humans come to the animals we consume, but more about where humans come to the animals we, kill in the production of crops, let's say.
Yeah, I guess the reason people would be interested in this question is because it leads to a quite strange conclusion, potentially, and there may be ways of avoiding this by appealing to higher and lower pleasures, as John Stuart Mill had them. The idea that there's just this kind of categorical difference in experience between like crude physical pain and like the experience of worrying about your taxes or fearing death or enjoying an opera. Interestingly, Mill opens Utilitarianism, the essay, by responding to the criticism, because he'd previously advocated for utilitarianism, and it was seen as just a pleasure-pain balance. And the criticism, believed to come from Thomas Carlyle, was that it was, quote, a pig philosophy, because of the fact that if it's all about pleasure and pain, then a pig's pleasure is worth no more than or no less than a human's pleasure, and that's ridiculous. And so Mill responds to this by saying, no, because we have higher pleasures and lower pleasures, and they only experience the lower pleasures and this kind of thing. But interestingly, had he had a bit more prescience on this matter, he might have been like, well, yeah, that's not actually a criticism, Mr. Carlyle. I find that quite interesting. But I guess the conclusion I was talking about,
it just naturally follows,
was that if it is the case that chickens potentially feel more pain experientially, then if we want to conclude from that they have sufficiently worse or more intense experiences than us to warrant them being called worth more morally than us, then we really would be committed to a view of probably removing ourselves from the planet as quickly as possible. And I think it seems like that's an intuition you wish to avoid. And I think you're doing so by saying that there are kinds of pleasures and pains that humans have access to that other animals simply do not. I guess the question is the relative weight of those pleasures, and why a so-called intellectual pleasure would be worth more than a physical.
Seems arrogant, doesn't it? To think that. And
that's my problem with that view, I think.
It's true.
I agree with that, actually. I think, I honestly think that's just cultural conditioning, and it's probably speciesism too. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's speciesism.
Well, what do you think? Because you had, I guess, with your video about right to life, you've created a distinction between humans and non-humans. So I guess, where does your distinction stem from?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, actually. And interestingly, that video was part of a Q&A. So I wasn't making a video. I mean, the video was titled I probably don't think animals have a right to life, but it was a question. Somebody said something about, they said, what's the best argument for animals having a right to life? And I was like, well, I'm not really convinced that is something we can defend, but I'm not sure what I think about it either. That's why I'm quite interested to speak to you, and also why I think it would be interesting to hear what our wonderful viewers and listeners think about this particular issue. I think I am committed to the view that pleasure and pain, if that is what grounds moral worth, and there's a question for me as to whether there's kind of a meaningful use of the word moral worth that is in any sense objective. But I think if we take the view that suffering is what matters, then I think I would just be committed to the view that if other animals can suffer more, they are worth more for that reason. I remember I had a debate once where I was asked if there was a super sensitive panda,
Right. Yeah.
who just experienced pain far, far more intensely than any human being does, would that panda have more moral worth? And with the view that I was defending at the time, I think I quite easily just said, well, I guess, yes, I guess I would be committed to that. And people objected to that, of course, and it's maybe quite problematic and causes you to rethink things. So maybe suffering isn't all that matters. It's a complicated matter, you know? I don't really know.
It's hard, isn't it? Because the risk that I suppose we have, I mean, logically, I suppose you're right. If we take the position that it is the reduction of suffering that's most important, then of course those who have the capacity to experience suffering the most must be those who have the most moral, who deserve the most moral consideration. And if that is the case, let's say that we find out that chickens or another species of animal has the capacity to suffer more. And even, I suppose, from what I was saying just a few moments ago, where I was talking about potentially it is the case that animals, non-human animals that is, have the capacity to experience suffering and pain more, then obviously that would make the infliction of suffering and pain on those individual animals worse than it would onto humans, let's say. But that leads us down a tricky road of I suppose, characterizing some atrocities as being worse than others, based on, I guess, scale and then the infliction of suffering.
Yeah.
It becomes a very tricky road to kind of go down, doesn't it?
I think the problem is that this stuff about suffering, it's by definition experiential, and you can never get into the head of even another human being, let alone another animal. I think it can be useful to think that there's an analogy here that I'm thinking about in terms of difficulty. Like when we talk about a being experiencing more suffering or less suffering, it's like, okay, is high school physics easier or harder than PhD level physics? Well, of course, PhD level physics is harder, but is high school physics harder for the high school student than PhD level physics is for the PhD student? It seems like maybe no. It seems like actually, in terms of the experience that they're having, both of them have exactly the same levels of stress and difficulty with the material, right? And so we can kick back and say like, oh, well, this particular method of slaughter or treatment or this particular action or this particular pain, it causes more pain, it hits harder, it lights up more of the brain, this kind of stuff. It's like, well, maybe it's not as simple as that, because what matters is how it's experienced. Because you could light up every single pain receptor in my brain, but if experientially it didn't really do that much to me, then it wouldn't really matter,
Such a good point, isn't it? So I guess
that's crazy.
Do you agree or disagree with the premise that sentience is what assigns moral worth? Or
I think
basic foundation.
If there is such a thing as moral worth, it will be commensurate with sentience. I'm defining sentience here just as an ability to feel pleasure and pain.
Sure.
So, of course, the kind of stuff you're talking about where you say, well, it's not just about the suffering of the animal, but also the suffering of other people and this kind of stuff and their fears and their worries, I would just kind of package all of that in to this definition of suffering and pleasure. It's, if there is something that ethics is about, it seems to be that that's what it is. But I'm not sure. I mean, as my viewers know well, I'm pretty unclear about my metaethical views. I don't know what I think. I might even be committed to a non-cognitivist view that ethics is just an emotional expression and nothing more. But I'm not sure. That's why when I make a case for veganism, really I'm just making a case of descriptive consistency. I say to people, look, I don't care what my metaethical worldview is. You think that it's wrong to force a dog into a gas chamber. You think it's okay to force a pig into a gas chamber. We don't have a moral discussion. There's no moral element to the discussion that we're having. I just say, well, like, is it actually inconsistent? Because if you think it's okay to force the dog into the gas chamber because it's or it's not okay to do that because it's a pet. Yeah. Then I say, okay, if someone had a pet pig, would you be okay with that? And they say that would still be fine. There's just an inconsistency. There's not like a moral problem. That they're just being descriptively inconsistent, right? And so, like, I don't really know what my base moral intuitions are. But that's why when I argue for veganism, I don't really argue morally for it, but descriptively. A.J. Ayer, one of the early advocates of the non-cognitivist, emotivist view of ethics, pointed out, this kind of jumped off the page at me when I first read it, that most moral debate is not moral debate. If you watch a debate about like gun laws, right, people will say, well, if we make guns illegal, it pushes it into the black market. And, well, more people die in swimming pools. Oh, but you could just put a fence up. Oh, like owning more guns actually reduces gun crime. This kind of, they're debating these kind of points, but these are not moral claims. These are just factual claims. They're either like true or false. They're just descriptive debate. The actual moral principle is not even in the debate. And I find the same thing with veganism. When I'm talking to people, you're talking about animals don't feel pain.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Being in a gas chamber is an uncomfortable experience. No, it's not. Like this causes suffering. No, it doesn't. More animals die in crop deaths. No, they don't. Like you're debating facts, but we never actually really debate the ethics of it. We just test other people's consistency. So although this is interesting, I don't think it changes much about like what we're actually doing most of the time.
So
I find
true.
Quite interesting.
It's true.
We're not really ethicists about this. We're just shooting at consistency, I think.
Yeah, I think you've summarized it so nicely there. It's true.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
The conversations I have with people, we're always dealing with very surface level arguments. You know, it is just as you say, more about people having to work through their inconsistencies. You know, I guess the question I always ask people, you know, when we talk about dogs and pigs, I suppose the question is never why is it, you know, from an ethical, moral perspective, wrong to do this to a dog. I mean, sometimes I'll say, why is it wrong to do it to a dog? But it's always very surface level. And I suppose you're absolutely right in saying that most of the reason, or most of the ways that we discuss this topic is, it is really just about drawing out people's inconsistencies.
Yeah.
You
just like assume a base level with somebody. So you say, well, look, I mean, a pig is like a dog. And they either say, oh, fair enough. Okay, let's discuss that. Or they say, like,
yeah, you have to find that base thing that you guys agree on. Otherwise, the conversation's not going to go anywhere. If you can agree upon a base and then work from there, generally it's going to be a better conversation. You might not convince them because maybe the base you work on, they just take a different route that's still consistent. But that's what you want to try to do, is find that sort of base. So I think one thing that I run into is people say, well, they're just a different species. And then I ask the question, okay, well, what makes something a different species? And that gets into genetics, right? We are genetically different than other animals. Okay, well, if I am genetically different to you, who have different parents, does that make you less valuable than me? The answer to that is no. Okay, but we're close enough. We're like 99% of the way there. So maybe it's just a certain degree of percentage of genetic similarity that is what makes them less morally valuable. And if they meet that, well, if I were to find a human being who has some sort of genetic disease, like maybe they're missing a chromosome or something like that, would that then constitute that they are of a significant enough genetic difference to where they are no longer valuable morally? And I think the answer to that would still be no. And so really the distinction between a human and an animal is I can't even name anything that's morally significant. If it were to be the same as applied to a human being, then it just doesn't really make sense to not apply it in the same way to non-human animals, because the distinction between us is not significant enough for that to be the case. So those are some of the points on that. I forget what there was a point on that Alex mentioned that I wanted to highlight on. I'll keep playing. If it comes back to my mind, I'll mention it.
No, it's not. Or they say, I don't care about dogs. And if they do that, then you just push it a bit.
Yes, that's what it was. Basically, the reason you want to agree upon a base, though, is so that you can have a conversation, right? And I remember I saw this video of a streamer who was reacting to a vegan and the streamer, he is someone who is not vegan. But the vegan was challenging him, and she was using this like analogy of like, you wouldn't consider a dog in this way. And he responded by saying, no, I'd eat dog. I'd eat dog. That's fine. If it tasted good, like I'd eat it. That's what he said. And he said, I see that as consistent. And the fellow vegan, that's kind of a hard thing to run against, if that's kind of the argument that you generally use, it's kind of hard to run against someone who just says, no, I'd eat dog. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with people eating dog. I just don't eat dog because it's not tasty, right? That's hard to run into and to have a conversation from. And so that's probably a response the vegan had not heard before. And so they weren't able to elaborate and have a very good conversation moving forward. And so that's why I think it's really important, like they're saying here, to find that basis and then work from that basis. And if you still disagree, that's fine, as long as you show them whether or not they are consistent or not. That's generally what we're doing in these conversations when it comes to activism. In every discussion, I try to remember that assertions can only be challenged by more fundamental assertions. If someone disagrees with me, I have to find a more fundamental assertion that can be used to show an inconsistency. Yeah, no, really good. So, solid stuff.
A bit deeper, you say, okay, well, you care about humans. And they go, yeah, I do. It's like, okay, let's see the difference between humans and dogs, right? But if they said, no, I don't care about humans either, why should I care about humans? The way to respond to that, at least in the context you're talking about, is not to scream meta-ethics at them, but to go even deeper. You say, well, you think that things have moral worth because of particular reasons, and this kind of stuff, right? And you're just debating essentially descriptive qualities. Is there a favorite conversation that you've had with either on the kind of Change My Mind tables or in another context on a podcast or something? Is there like a kind of go-to? I'm also thinking maybe people are interested in hearing more of your conversations. Are there any in particular that you really enjoyed? I
uploaded one quite recently with a lady at UT Dallas. She was called she was called Q. I don't know what her name was. That's what the name she gave me. And that's one of my favorite ones that I've done. It was great.
Is that the lady in the yellow?
That's correct. Yeah.
I've seen that clip. I thought that was quite good too. Did you enjoy that because you felt it was productive or because you felt like you won?
Oh, both. I mean, I don't like to use the word won, but I felt a lot of the time the conversations end and we'll shake hands and it's very pleasant. And I kind of see it as being relatively evenly matched conversation between two people with different beliefs. But with her, I think just the way she kind of got up at the end and walked off symbolized to me that I said something that had got her, like that she'd had to think about it and it made her uncomfortable. So she opted to storm off rather than work through that or at least leave more politely. So there was a sense of satisfaction that came from that. But I also think it was a fascinating discussion because she seemed to believe she knew everything about these issues, but without knowing anything, more or less. Talking about halal slaughter, but she couldn't tell me what it actually meant.
There was a wonderful moment where she said, that's why halal slaughter is more ethical. And you said, what's halal slaughter? And she just didn't know.
No.
And it's quite strange that because people do this all the time. They say things with confidence.
Yeah.
But when questioned, they realize they actually maybe don't know about the process. And then,
I mean, that's exactly what I was just talking about in the previous video with Orwell's essay on the English language in politics. Is so often we just throw out these words. We don't even know what we're talking about. We don't know what they mean. And we just throw them out and they're basically just dress up in order to make ourselves look a little bit smarter or more sophisticated and things of that sort, potentially hiding in ignorances and things of that. I almost double use the same phrase twice, but you get what I mean, right? I think this is also why a lot of movements have slogans, right? They'll have a slogan that you can recite because you don't have to think about it. You can just recite it, and then you know that you're in line with the other people on your team or on your, your party line or what have you. And so it is really important to make sure when you're going into these conversations, especially when you're going into these conversations, to not use words that you don't understand. Make sure you have your definitions in line, and make sure that you understand the opposition as well and where they're coming from. I think that that's important in any case. Obviously, ignorance is not a sin in of itself, but ignorance is an opportunity for you to learn. So if you're going to preach, or if you're going to assert that something is true, that's when ignorance is not okay. But if you're there to learn, right? If you're in a space to learn, then it's fine to be ignorant, as long as you go into it with a desire to learn. So that's often I think the important thing out of this.
And then you told her, and I think she was a bit taken aback. But it's clear in that conversation she seemed to come in quite raging already. Like she interrupted a conversation I was having, and I was speaking to this very nice guy. And it was a very normal conversation I was having with him, but she was stood really, really close, and I could see her getting more irate just out the corner of my eye. And she literally came over and was like, "I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt you. I need to go to class, but I really want to sit down and debate you." And I said to the guy, I was like, would you mind just sparing 10 minutes? Because I knew that she was going to be passionate. And so she came in instantly ready to go. And I kind of like, was like, yeah, this is going to be good. Because it's good for content, from a selfish perspective. But also I think when someone has that passionate opposing view, it creates a great platform for people to be able to understand how they feel about these issues, to really see themselves in the arguments. And I like that aspect of it as well. What's the biggest, or which vegan stereotype, if any, would you most like to see disappear from the minds of the average human being?
That's a good question.
Good question.
I love that.
I
think, speaking personally, I think the biggest one would be the idea that we're all just sort of angry at everyone and just, pissed off at society and things like that. And we're constantly just like, we're basically the people to let you know you're doing this, I think that really affects the movement a lot. It probably stops a lot of people from joining the movement. And I just don't think it's founded. Like, most people that are vegan are not that way. But it's the clips that get the most views, and that's the reason why that's the way people think it is. But yeah.
That's a really good question. A vegan stereotype. I don't know.
I think there's the stereotype that vegans are weak. There's the stereotype that vegans are pushy. There's the stereotype that vegans are hippies. There's all kinds of things like this. I mean, for me personally, I think the one I wish to see disappear most, the one that's most annoying to me, let's say, is the preachy, pushy persona. Because, of course, I don't think I'm any more preachy or pushy. If anything, I'm less so about veganism than many other people are about other ethical issues. Like, it's quite strange. I see people say to me, well, look, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but like, you just got to stop being so preachy about it.
Yeah.
And so the claim is, although they don't put it in these words, I'm not saying you're wrong. You may be right, but the method doesn't work. The method rubs people up the wrong way. It's not the way to get through to people. And then 5 minutes later,
See, I disagree. I don't like to judge other vegans on their method for getting the message out there. I do think it'd be wrong for us to, I hear people talk about people who've maybe left the vegan movement, or who have, taken steps to become vegan but haven't quite become vegan all the way. people will talk very negative about those people. And I think that's bad rhetoric. I really don't think that's helpful. We are working at a societal issue, right? So yes, do I think everyone should be vegan? Yes. But from a societal issue, we have to fight the society. We can't be fighting these individuals who are trying their best and failing. Maybe they're not actually trying their best, but they feel that way. And I think we need to recognize that feeling, that they are trying, and we need to encourage them in their process, because at the end of the day, a lot of the big atrocities we point out in the factory farming industry are a result of the demand, the just outrageous demand of meat and dairy. And I do think, I'll say it again and again, we want these industries eradicated in their totality. But the biggest atrocities are happening because people's go-to without thinking is, I'm going to just eat meat and dairy, instead of, I'm going to try and not eat very much meat and dairy. I'm going to try and reduce the amount of pork that I eat. I'm going to try and cut out milk from my diet. I'm going to give to animal sanctuary or something like that. I'm going to stop buying, leather products. You know what I mean? I think if we can really start helping people take the steps toward veganism and encourage those who are, struggling with veganism and things like that, that will help with the perception. I think that'll help from a societal perspective. And at the end of the day, demand is what drives a lot of these big atrocities. And if we can reduce the demand, which doesn't require everyone to become vegan, even though that's the end goal, I think having some process like that and encouraging people down that process is inevitably in favor of our goal. I've got to run. I got Philosophy Club tonight. Thanks for the stream. Yeah. Have fun at Philosophy Club. Good to see ya. But yeah, anyway, that's my general thought on that issue, because I think the whole notion of what was I saying there? I think the whole notion that it's like black and white, like you're either vegan or you're not, I think is harming the movement. And we should really try to be as accommodating and helpful for people on this process, because it's not easy. And for a lot of people, it's harder than it is for other people. And so, yeah, just having those small wins, I think is extremely important. And I think that might be part of the reason why we have the perception of being, just jerks about it, and trying to be very preachy and stuff. It's I don't think it's actually true, but I think the black and white thinking gives off that perception sometimes.
It comes to fox hunting or another ethical issue across the board, like they're the people posting the Instagram stories and making the the fact sheets and stuff and telling everybody and their dog about it.
Yeah.
Which it's not just kind of like hypocritical, because that's annoying, but it's also like, hold on, a moment ago you told me that your problem wasn't that I was wrong, but that this method doesn't work, it's ineffective, but now you're using it. So you're either using a method which you yourself think doesn't work, or you were lying to me. And this idea that somehow vegans are particularly pushy, I think that's the stereotype that I would wish to see disappear most.
It's funny, I often think that sometimes these stereotypes can work in our advantage, though. I think that the one I would most like to get rid of is the idea that we're unhealthy, because I just think that'll bring more people to veganism. But I think
I think I might actually agree with that. I do sympathize with the pushy one, but the unhealthy one. But the other thing is, I am still doing my own research into the health of veganism, and his videos have been very helpful with that. But I do want to look into that a little bit more. But I do. I mean, I think that it is healthy, and can potentially be more healthy if planned well and using whole food diet. But yeah, no, I think that actually might be the more strategic one.
With the one that you're describing, obviously it's probably more negative than positive that that stereotype exists, and it is undeniably so frustrating that every time we speak up about veganism, every time we talk to people, instantly people have this default position of thinking that we're being preachy and militant and extreme. I think the reason I am less against that one is just because as soon as we kind of show people that we're not those things, it immediately softens people up to the concept of being vegan. So when, let's say we have a conversation with someone and they may think, oh, you're vegan, you're going to be like this, and then you're not what they think you're going to be, you're instantly giving them a more favorable impression of veganism, and also you're showing them that they're kind of fallible, that they can be wrong, that their preconceptions of what something isn't always what it actually is. And so I think that works quite well. And when I have conversations with people, when they leave that conversation, I don't often judge the success of that conversation based on whether or not they tell me they're going to be vegan, because I'd be sorely disappointed most times if that was the metric for success I was using. But more about whether or not they feel more reasonable or feel that veganism is more reasonable. And I think just by being not extreme or not preachy, that instantly makes it seem more reasonable, because we're showing that actually veganism isn't necessarily what they perceive it to be. So it can work in our advantage sometimes, I think.
Yeah.
But not overall positive though.
No, probably still best to do without it.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a legitimacy to this idea of being pushy? Because you say that one of the useful elements of this stereotype is that you have an opportunity to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
But then do you not think sometimes it is permissible and sometimes even prudent to be a bit, let's say,
definitely
pushy?
Oh, certainly. There are definitely times where we should be pushy. I think it's becoming more and more relevant to be pushy. Things are getting worse. Animal suffering's increasing. Factory farming's increasing globally. Clearly something needs to change and change quickly, and we have to be pushy. But I guess it's just more about what people perceive of this, perceive us to be. We can be. There's a difference between being pushy, I suppose, and being vocal. And I guess what they see, or what people mean when they say pushy, is they mean dogmatic, or they mean an inability to listen, an inability to understand. So I think that we can be strong and vocal advocates, but also in a way that doesn't fulfill that stereotype of being pushy.
Yeah, I think there's also a distinction between pushing the idea and pushing the person, right? And I think the first is better.
That's good.
I think if people want a defense of the idea of being a bit at least loud about it, as you say, we shouldn't be pushy in the sense of being dogmatic, in the sense of not listening, but in the sense of bringing it up, in the sense of publishing a book on it and having it in the front window of basically every Waterstones that I see in the country. Is there some justifiability in this? I think a good answer to this, actually, on a previous podcast episode with Joey Carbstrong, who I'm referring to, he said to me, look, if you were an animal in a cage being mutilated, disbudded, forcibly impregnated, forced into a gas chamber, how loud would you want people on the outside to be about it? How often would you want them to bring it up with people? And given that they're constantly...
I love Joey, honestly. His videos are amazing. And the guy's got a big heart. I love that guy. I love him so much.
In a place of opportunity to talk to the people who are paying for this to occur, what would you like them to do? And I think when you, as with so many cases of the vegan discussion, if you're confused about like what action to take or how to go about it or the legitimacy of a moral position, just once again place yourself in the mindset of the victim involved, and it can offer a lot of clarity, I think.
Yeah.
And I think if you put yourself in those hooves, then you'll find that actually maybe you would want people to be about as loud as we're being.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably more so.
But that's
I think that's why seeing those videos of, like, he produces those videos. He goes in and he gets those camera footage of these factory farming industries. And I really think seeing those videos is extremely important for anyone. Like, I was convinced by the logical reasoning. Like, Alex's videos convinced me to become vegan. I didn't even watch any of those videos. And then after being vegan for like a month, I started searching up some of these videos and looking at them. And I was just abhorred by what I was seeing. Just absolutely terrible. And I heard about them. I heard people talking about them. But when you see them, you just have a totally different perspective on the matter. And it's not even a question anymore. You're like, of course I'm going to be vegan. Like, sign me up. Like, what do I need to do? How come more people aren't this way? You know what I mean? And so it just becomes blatantly obvious as soon as you see it. And it's just so evil. It's so bad. What is going on? And I think that's why those are so important. And Alex's point here to really think about the victim. Imagine yourself in their shoes or their hooves. And that's going to cause a lot of change in yourself.
That is why I think it's worth doing these podcasts and talking to people on the street and writing books like This is Vegan Propaganda and other lies the meat industry tells you. I think this is going to be a good place to wrap up. I wanted to talk about the methods involved, the slaughter methods in factory farming. I think we probably don't have time to do that now. I also imagine that quite a lot of people listening to this will at least have some vague idea. But I would, if people are interested, because we talk in passing about this idea of animals suffering, animals going through horrendous treatment, animals being exploited, and some people listening might have an idea in their head that itself is illegitimate because these animals aren't actually being treated too badly. As I said earlier, but I'll say it again, chapter 3 of this book, especially if you're in the UK, because this is brand new, it's hot off the press, and it's got a lot of information about UK farming. It's a wonderful compendium of that information. So if you want more information about the actual ways in which the animals are being treated, because we're talking about the philosophy that undergirds what we should be doing, but if you're interested in what the problem is in the first place, then I think it's well worth reading the 3rd chapter of this book. And I will leave a link in the description and everything like that. And I do hope that people pick it up. Was this the first choice of the name of the book? Were there other contenders that you had?
No, this was not the first choice. I had the working title of I Could Never Go Vegan.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, which I quite liked. But then I'd done a post about Seaspiracy, actually. And in it, I had said something like, is this vegan propaganda or is this, or is there some veracity to this? And someone at the publishing house, Penguin, had said, I like this phrasing, vegan propaganda. Wouldn't it be great if we could use that in some way? And I was like, it would be good. And so we went back and forth quite a few times and then came up with this is vegan propaganda, kind of subverting that.
That's interesting. Those are two totally opposite titles. So it's fascinating how you went from one to the other. That's crazy.
Criticism we get, farmers will always say, that's vegan propaganda. And I kind of want to invite people to come in and say, look, this is what has been labeled as propaganda. Come and decide for yourself, see who's really spreading the propaganda here and make your own mind up.
Yeah. And I hope people read it and do.
Yeah.
But I think that's a wonderful place to end this podcast. Thank you so much for coming back, Ed. I know you're a very busy person, especially with the publication of the book. I think my viewers will congratulate you as well on the success of the book. It's been on the bestseller list for quite a while, at least at the time of recording, and I think with good reason. So I hope that people will go and pick it up. It's also worth mentioning that the two of us will be appearing together at the Vegan Campout Australia in the end of this year, in the summertime over there. So any of our Australian listeners who are interested in that, I'll leave a link to that in the description as well. I think that'll be quite a fun event. That might be the first time we've done an event together.
I believe so, because the campouts in the UK were normally, you were last year, weren't you?
That's right. We're on
this
each other's
year.
off year.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah, you're going to be speaking at the vegan campout in the UK this year as well.
That's right.
There's quite a great lineup again. I'll leave a link to that in the description as well. I'm not going to be speaking at that one myself, but Ed will be there.
You'll be there?
I might be there. Well, it remains to be seen. I'll leave it as a mystery. I suppose I should probably say yes to sell more tickets to my followers, but we'll see. We'll see. At any rate, it's going to be a wonderful event. So the vegan campouts that are happening across the globe, I'll leave a link to the information in the description, and people should go and check that out as well.
This is 3 years ago.
Of course, if you're not already following Earthling Ed, then that's what you're going to want to type in, whether it's on Instagram or YouTube. It's all going to be Earthling Ed. Again, I'll leave the links in the description, and I hope that you do all go and follow him. I believe you also have a TikTok now, if I'm not mistaken.
I do.
I saw that.
That's correct. I'm trying to use it more. I upload and then leave the platform as quickly as possible.
Exactly what I do. I will remove it from my phone and then reinstall it, upload a bunch of videos, and run away. It's a pretty tragic platform. But if you do happen to be on that
then shame on you.
decrepit app, then yes, follow Ed and myself. I'm the Cosmic Skeptic on TikTok for anyone who isn't following me on there as well. You're still not on Twitter, are you?
No, I'm not. No,
and probably better for it.
Probably.
But okay, I'll leave any socials that you do have will be in the description, and a link to the book. And I hope everybody enjoys the book and enjoyed this conversation. But with that said, thanks again for coming on, Ed.
Thanks.
And I've been Alex O'Connor. And this has been the Cosmic Skeptic Podcast. Thank you for watching. If you like the podcast and the other various bits of content that I put out, please do consider becoming a supporter on Patreon at patreon.com/Cosmic Skeptic. And a special thanks, as always, to my top tier patrons who really do keep this channel afloat. Thank you for even considering that. But also a way to support the channel is to share the podcast and share the content with your friends and your family, and indeed your enemies. With that said, I will see you all in the next one.
Love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you. Awesome. Well, that was another wonderful podcast. Give it a like. I will now do my handy dandy comment. Let's see. What do we got? Voila. Hold up. What was that? I saw. Oh, interesting. I haven't seen that yet. All right. Alrighty. I said enlightening conversation as ever. I love both of you guys and your coverage on veganism. I think you do it well. I thought the discussion around levels of sentience was particularly interesting. We might have to conclude a chicken is more sentient due to its ability to feel more pain. That's fascinating. Great work, and I'm excited to continue the series. All right. Well, that gives us to having watched 196 videos, and together through these live streams we have seen 47 videos. Let's go. That's huge. Absolutely amazing. Well, that's going to end us for today. It's been a great live stream. So much great discussion. Thank you guys for tuning in. And I hope that you guys enjoyed. Honestly, I want to start clipping some of the stuff from these conversations and posting that. So I'll probably be clipping some of the stuff from this one because I think we had some pretty cool discussions here and there. So that'll be something to look forward to. And then I want to make maybe a few vegan videos. I mentioned the One Piece one earlier in the podcast, so potentially that'll be coming out. I don't know when. I'm doing a lot of series coming up because I have podcasts that I haven't released yet that I'm going to release. One on Shroud of Turin and why we should potentially think it's not real, not authentic. And then I have another podcast with a sociologist discussing atheists and why society is not sort of well equipped for an atheistic perspective as a society. So that's a interesting one. And then I'm really excited to start digging into and releasing episodes and more videos rather than podcasts, but videos regarding the flood stories. So the Epic of Gilgamesh, Adrahasis, Zuasudra, these kind of ancient flood stories that would have influenced the story of Noah in Genesis and other stories as well. So I've been really engaged with ancient Near Eastern cultures, ancient Mesopotamia, the Levant, a little bit of ancient Egypt, just kind of like all of these ancient regions that were influential on the Hebrew Bible. I want to dig into those a little bit more and release some content on that. So I'm excited to dig into that and be releasing that. So you can look forward to that on the channel, and also look forward to a potential video on veganism as well. Of course, I have that one's kind of lower on the priority list right now, but definitely be looking out for all of that. Anyway, have a